He did continue some duties. He would come 3 times a week to maintain fitness, and then most of his duties we then covered by telework. We issued him a laptop, which he used from his residence.
So he worked remotely for the most part?
That is correct.
And would come 3 times a week for PT, physical training, that type of thing?
Yes.
Did you have interaction with him during that time frame?
I had some interaction with him. Most of that interaction was focused on, just general checks on his welfare and to make sure that he was comfortable with, that things were moving correctly.
Now, Colonel, during that time frame, you had interactions with McDonald. Did he ever ask you about his wife?
No.
Colonel, are you aware of any participation by McDonald in searches for his wife?
I am not aware of any.
Colonel, just stepping back for a moment. On March 2nd, after you and Major Hernandez left the residence and received a phone call from McDonald about the garage repair, when you and Major Hernandez arrived at the house, did you notice the garage damaged in any way, shape, or form?
I did not. Neither one of us did, to my knowledge.
Colonel, pass the witness. I will consider copies of the 2 emails by the Colonel to coincide to the defense for any costs. Defense counsel.
Good morning, Lieutenant Colonel Chatelain. I'm John Convery, and I think we met at least once before. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
My understanding is that you're currently enrolled at the War College.
That is correct.
And where is that located?
Montgomery, Alabama.
And each of the respective services have an advanced degree program that's called the War College.
That's correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And prior to February of 2019, and after that, you're the CO or the commanding officer for then Major Andreen McDonald, correct?
That is correct until October of 2019.
Okay. In fact, you kind of hired him for his job, brought him on at his job. Is that a fair statement?
He had been working in the unit as a part-time reservist. I hired him as a full-time member of the unit. So in the reserves, we have some folks who work full-time to make sure that all the training can happen on time and everything.
The part-time people, they're in a drilling status as a reservist.
That is correct.
And then what you're talking about is taking them from that status to it's essentially an active duty status in the Air Force as an activated reservist, correct?
Essentially, yes.
And you were not only his CO or commanding officer, you were his raider, correct?
That is correct.
And so you signed on January the 3rd of 2020 his fitness report, or his officer, they call it an officer performance report, correct?
Correct.
And you take in information from various categories about an officer and assign, and you rate him.
Correct.
Okay? It's a management tool for the Air Force.
Correct.
And you rather highly rated Major McDonald. Is that a fair statement?
He met all standards, and I rated him accordingly.
No. You indicated that he led 4 evaluation support executions of 200 plus evaluations a year, correct?
Correct.
And that he verified operational effectiveness of the largest DCO weapon system. What's a DCO?
That is Defensive Cyberspace Operations.
He evaluated ACD operations. What's ACD?
The Air Force Cyberspace Defense System. That's the largest weapon system, the cyber weapon system that was spoken about.
He identified deficits in training, equipment, support, tactics, correct?
Correct, those were his duties.
Primary advisor to SQCC on unit readiness. What's SQCC?
That was me, the squadron commander.
Okay. So he was your primary advisor on unit readiness.
Yes,
That's
for
really right.
yes, unit readiness for the cyber operations part as a standardization evaluation chief.
And there was S, all in caps,
Your Honor, I'm going
SNE.
to object to relevance.
I'm going to allow a little bit, but get to the point.
You characterized him as a steady contributor, correct?
Correct.
Developed, implemented integration of standards and evaluation with AD host. What's AD?
AD is our active duty unit that we were associated with, worked side by side with.
Weapon system, MX, in caps, chief, then DO. What does that mean?
So that's a vector. The recommendations for next job is the chief of maintenance within the unit, of maintenance of the weapon system, and then potentially as director of operations.
You characterize him as an aggressive, field-grade officer who overcomes the toughest problems, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Boosted critical evaluation capabilities for the Air Force, correct?
Yes,
And that he should be challenged with a DO job next. What's a DO job?
director of operations, so that's the commander's right hand in a broader scope of operations.
Okay. At the time, that you're the CO for Major McDonald, he has a top secret clearance, is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't want to know any of the interior reasons for his top secret clearance, but in order to get a top secret clearance, you have to go through what's called a standard or security background investigation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you been through it?
I have.
Would you characterize it as pretty thorough?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
Okay, I'll just give me that feeling.
I'm going to move into the current time period. I mean, I should have a right to show that he had it at that time period, or that there wasn't any problems with it.
We'll get your relevance.
I was just trying to lay the background. Sorry. So the questions you just heard, at that time, he had a top security clearance. It was active, and that there were no problems noted with that, correct?
That is correct.
It's reevaluated periodically, correct?
Correct.
And things like issues out in the community, like drunkenness, drug use, family
Your Honor,
issues,
again, I'm going to object
would
to
be,
relevance.
Let's sustain that.
what does the reevaluation consist of?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustain.
It's cross-examination. I should be entitled to ask these questions.
Sustain, counsel.
During your time period as commander, up to and including what you've talked about today, Major Andreen McDonald had no disciplinary issues, correct?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to relevance. Can we approach?
Okay.
commanding officer, at this time period, I was just asking you the same question, that you're not aware of any disciplinary actions that were leveled against Major Andreen McDonald prior to this.
That is correct.
That's it.
Okay.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Excuse you.
Your Honor, may he be excused to return to work college?
Yes. You don't need to read.
I think that's it. Understandably okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Conrad, I didn't understand.
I understand you okay.
He may be released.
Next witness, state.
The state will call Clifton Columbi.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, something you got.
I do.
Okay, you can adjust the microphone if you need to. State.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Columbi,
Yes.
could you spell your first and last name?
Clifton is my first name, Clifton. My last name is Klabundi, Klabunde.
And Mr. Columbi, could you introduce yourself to this jury?
My name is Clifton Klabundi.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Columbi?
I'm retired right now. I have a farm I inherited that is on Blanco Road.
And Mr. Columbi, are you familiar with a property at 680 Speck Road?
Yes, it's next door to the property I lease. A field I lease next to that property.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Columbi, I'm going to show you two maps marked States Exhibits 410 and 411. Can you look at those exhibits and tell me if those are accurate photos of the property that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do they truly and accurately give an overlay of what that property looks like from a satellite photo?
I would believe so, yes.
Do they appear like they've been altered or changed in any way that you can tell?
I can't tell.
State would offer States Exhibits 410 and 411 pending any objection from the defense.
No objection. Permitted in public.
Thank you. Mr. Columbi, first I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 410. Is that an overlay of the map of the property we're speaking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And on the left side of the picture, there is a road running from the bottom of the picture to the top. Can you
It should be Blanco Road.
That's Blanco Road?
Yes.
And what road is this that runs through the middle of the picture?
That's
from left to
Specs
right?
Road.
I didn't hear the end of your question.
What road runs from left to right in the middle of the picture?
Specs Road.
Okay. And there's some words right here that say 680 West Spec Road. Is that the property that we're speaking about?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 411 is a close-up of the fence line on the left side of that property, correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Kobani, you said you're familiar with that property in that area, correct?
Yes, I used to live out there.
And can you just generally tell the jury where that is in relation to San Antonio and Bexar County?
It's north Bexar County, just inside of the Bexar County line, across the St. Louis Canal County. It's the northern part of the county.
And you mentioned on the left side of that picture, that's Blanco Road, the same Blanco Road that comes out of 1604, eventually ends up right
That's
there.
correct, yes.
I'm sorry, didn't that?
The same Blanco Road that comes out of 1604 is that same Blanco Road that ends up right there, correct?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Kobani, can you just generally describe like kind of how that area is?
It's very weedy. That area has not really been worked. It's just a weedy, brushy area.
Is it kind of a rural part of
Yes, it
Bexar County?
is. It's very rural right there.
What type of activities are done on those plots that we see there on State's Exhibit 410?
Are you talking about this? There's a soccer field further down from there.
Sure.
And there's a horse farm also just down the road from there, within less than a quarter mile.
Sure. And then on those plots of land that we don't see buildings on, what are they used for?
That was a cattle lease.
So, Mr. Kobani, do you know who owns the plot on 680 West Spec Road?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
It's Warren Schiltz.
And back in July of 2019, did you have a reason to be on that plot?
Only reason I was on that plot because a friend of mine had leased the property for a number of years, and he had some livestock on that property, and two cows that were struck. We don't know what happened, but they had about a year and a half before all this, they were laying on the brush line of that fence line. A friend of mine wanted me to go down and retrieve those heads, and that's when I went down to retrieve those heads is when I discovered the remains.
You said, so you were there on July 11th of 2019, you were going to recover a cow head, correct?
That's correct.
And what would be the reason you were recovering a cow head?
The friend of mine that used to lease the property, he had a friend that wanted to, they use it for yard decorations, and he wanted me to get that for for his friend.
And
And I had gotten permission from Warren Schiltz to enter his property.
And how long, on July 11th of 2019, when you were out there, how long approximately do you know that that cow had been out there?
Well over a year, maybe a year and a half.
Did you go out there on foot?
No, previously of that I saw several rattlesnakes out there, so I took my small tractor and went out there to pick up those cow heads. And as I drove out there, like there's a very weedy area, but where I found the remains was right in front of the articles I was trying to pick up the cow's head.
So tell the jury you're on your tractor, and do you know exactly where the cow bones are?
I knew about the vicinity, about where it was at, because like I said, it was very weedy and brushy there, and that's what I was originally looking for, the cow's head. But before I found the cow's head is when I saw the remains there.
And when you saw the remains, what was the thing that you saw that made you realize that wasn't a cow?
Well, the first thing I saw was a skull, and so I called the owner up and told him what I discovered, and he came down, and then right after we called the sheriff's department.
Did y'all touch or disturb any of the
No,
things y'all saw?
we didn't get close to it.
May I approach, Your Honor? Defense, your friend. What's been marked as State's Exhibit 229. Is that what you happen across?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I'm also going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 225. Is that kind of a photo of the area? Like kind of the...
Yes, it is. The brushy, grassy area.
Sure. And it kind of shows you the landscape that we're looking at in this particular area, correct?
Correct.
I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 228. Again, is this the tree line and the vegetation you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Now, Mr. Kilbundy, the area where you spotted the human remains is not far from the road, correct?
I'd say it's about 40, 50 feet off the road, off Specs Road.
Are there things about the vegetation or the landscape there, though, that make it difficult to see?
Yes, there's a weedy area, and I said the weeds were anywhere from at least a couple of feet tall, so there's no way you could visibly see anything from Specs Road.
Were you able to see these things from some distance, or did you only see them once you got closer up to them?
I only saw them when I got close up to it.
This happened in July of 2019 when you found this. Would those weeds, or would there still be that type of vegetation during, say, February or March?
They just stay dried up and they stay standing, yes.
At that time, was the landowner cutting the grass during the winter or anything?
There was
like
no
that?
disturbance around the area.
And Mr. Kilbundy, you're familiar with that area. Can you tell me a little bit about back in 2019, how active an area is that, let's say in the middle of the night?
It's very rural. There's very little traffic at night to that area.
Is there much light out there?
There's no light out there.
In the middle of the night, is there going to be a lot of through traffic, I guess?
Like I said, it's rural and there's very little traffic that road at night.
How did you gain entry onto that property?
I used to lease that property years ago, and I have a gate that goes from one leased property to the other, and I was able to. That's the reason I called the owner. If we had to go over and he knew those cow's heads were there, so he gave me permission to go down through the gate. I had access to the part of the property because he keeps the gate locked on Specs Road.
So the gate on the Spec Road is locked.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Take defense.
Good morning, Mr.
Good
Clement.
morning.
I'm John Hunter. I represent Andreen McDonald. I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
You were talking about the condition of the property in the winter versus the summer.
Yes.
And I gather that a lot of the brush does just stay out even though it's
Exactly.
dried out, right?
Yes.
But fair to say there is less vegetation in the wintertime than there is in the summer.
Well, the weeds stay there. They just go dormant.
Right. But I mean, their leaves fall off. They're
Yeah, on the fence line, yes.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions about just the general layout. In 2019, the gate to this property was somewhere over on this side, the east side of the property?
On Specs Road, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And you found the body, is this the fence line or is this the fence line?
It's that fence line where you're at right now.
Where my finger is, that's
That's correct.
the edge of the property?
Yes.
Okay. So you found the body somewhere?
Right about there.
Right about there.
Exactly,
I'm
yes.
sorry, y'all are talking over each other?
I'm sorry.
One at a time.
Okay.
You found the body somewhere right about there?
That's correct.
Okay. So not very far from the road? Okay. And this fence line keeps running, is it Musebach Creek that runs?
Moisebach Creek is correct.
It runs somewhat south of here, but still on the property?
Yes,
Okay, so this map only shows the sort of front part of the property.
exactly.
And it's about 50 acres?
I think it is 50 acres.
And since it's been divided in half,
Exactly.
right?
Right.
And there's a new gate much closer to where the body was found?
That's correct.
Okay. This fence that lines Speck Road, that barbed wire hasn't been well maintained, has it?
No, but it was still about a 3 to 4 foot fence.
Four strips of barbed wire,
That's correct.
but they're kind of wobbly, right?
Not very.
Okay. And you said you were out looking for 2 cow skulls that day?
That's correct.
So one of the cow remains was over right by where you
Exactly.
found the body, right? And then further down,
Right about there.
where there's
another
more
one.
brush
Exactly.
and vegetation, there was another cow skull.
Exactly. Right at the
I'm
fence
sorry,
line.
y'all are talking over each other.
Okay.
So sorry.
Okay.
We're having a good conversation, Mr. Clevandi, but the reporter can't keep
Okay.
up.
I understand.
So further down, there was another complete cow skeleton, right?
That's correct.
And there's even more brush and vegetation here, correct?
Yes,
And when you head towards Musebach Creek, there's even more vegetation.
that's correct.
I guess because the creek feeds all that stuff. Okay, no further questions.
Great.
Just briefly, Mr. Kabadi, the area where this is, are there people who are actively walking the property during this time period? I mean,
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions, Your Honor.
One last one, Your Honor. Mr. Clevandi, I know that you've been out to this property in all manner and variety of conditions and over many seasons, but in 2019, do you recall when the last time that you had been out to the property was before the time when this all occurred in July?
I'd say at least a couple of years.
Okay, so you hadn't seen the condition of it specifically that late winter?
Why, sir?
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Anything?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
Okay.
State next witness.
The state would call Sergeant Sean Tobelman.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sergeant Tobelman, you testified earlier this week, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you briefly just say hello to the jury again?
Hi, my name's Sean Tolwin, S-H-A-W-N. I'm a sergeant with Bear County Sheriff's Office Investigations Division.
And can you remind them of what your position was in 2019, let's say July of 2019?
I was a supervisor over the covert team that did surveillance and anything that needed to be plainclothes covert work for investigations.
And what was the name of that unit?
Shot.
Was that unit that you supervised tasked on July 13th of 2019 with executing an arrest warrant for the offense of murder on Andreen McDonald?
Yes, sir. I was tasked with submitting an operational plan.
That was something y'all did on that. Y'all were tasked with, correct?
Right.
And do you remember the street that address was on?
Coral Grove.
Sergeant Tobelman, can you talk to the jury? Was there a plan in place to effectuate that arrest in a safe manner?
Absolutely. Any arrest like this, there's thought processing given to what's safest for the community, for the officers, and for the person we're going to arrest. We try to execute the warrant in a manner which creates no harm and is the safest for everyone.
As part of that plan that you just spoke of, what did y'all do in order to effectuate the arrest of Andreen McDonald?
We devised a plan to attempt to get him to come outside of the residence. Therefore, we know everything that was going on and we can control it better.
And did Andreen McDonald come out of the residence?
Yes, he did.
And was your team on location at that residence?
Yes, we were on both sides of the house and down the street.
And when he came out of that house, where did y'all take him into custody?
We surrounded him in the driveway of that house.
And did y'all take him into custody?
Yes, we did.
When y'all took Andreen McDonald into custody, did he have a telephone, a cell phone on his person?
Yes, he was actually on his cell phone.
Commissioner approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas, Sergeant Tobelman, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 348. Is that a photo from that day?
That is
And you said that he was on his telephone when y'all took him into custody.
correct.
Was that phone collected from Andreen McDonald?
Yes, it was.
And would that have been passed on to the Bexar County CSI unit?
Right. They were around the corner and we handed it off to them immediately.
Sergeant Tobelman, do you see the person that y'all effectuated that arrest on here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point at him and identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Absolutely. He's to my left in what appears to be a gray suit jacket with a multicolored gray tie.
The record reflect that he's identified the defendant, Andreen McDonald, and the state will pass the witness. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. State next witness.
Letter of the State calls Dr. Kimberly Molina.
Last couple of years. It's supposed to be fixed next week, right?
Hopefully.
You got signs that.
Check, check, check.
Okay.
Okay. You were the chief medical examiner of Bear County, correct?
I am currently the chief medical examiner, yes.
And in July of 2019, you were a deputy medical examiner?
I was deputy chief medical examiner.
Deputy chief medical examiner. And you came out to rural property on Speck Road to assist and to participate in the collection of human remains, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry that the media can hear this. I know my order says at the discretion of the court on certain pre-trial matters outside the jury would allow some and allow this. You were the one that actively were collecting the bones and organizing them and making sure you had a complete skeleton, right?
I was the one separating at the scene. There were commingled remains, and I was the one separating the commingled remains into the human and non-human remains and collecting the human remains. I was not, however, putting all the bones together and making sure it's a complete skeleton. I was just collecting all the human remains that we could identify.
Okay. So I have just a couple of questions. First about that process, and then about your participation in authorship of the autopsy report that later was to come, okay? So first I want to ask you about the collection process. I gather, will testify that you would form an opinion about whether the bones that you collected were human versus bovine, right?
I guess I will have an opinion. I mean, I collected human bones, so that decision was made at the scene.
Okay. So as far as that process is concerned, what training do you have through your credentials to make the determination about whether a piece of bone is human bone or cow bone?
Well, I'm a board-certified forensic pathologist with the American Board of Pathology, and part of our training is the identification of human remains and the identification of trauma and the examination of skeletal cases, which would be bone cases.
Okay. And when you come to a situation where you're dealing with bones that are unburied and out in an open field like that, you have training specifically with handling that kind of a circumstance?
Yes.
And what does that training entail? Anything specifically in terms of a protocol for how remains are collected?
It depends on the case. We don't have a specific protocol per se. We document the scene and we gather the bones and identifying the bones once we identify that they're human versus non-human.
Okay. Fair to say bones that are out in the elements are subject to all manner and variety of disturbance prior to being discovered, right?
That's possible, yes.
They could be moved by scavengers.
Yes.
The elements, rain, wind, those kinds of things may move the bones from the original position that they were in, right?
That's possible depending on the terrain. If there's, say, water flow or something, it would just depend on the terrain. But yes, it's possible.
Okay. But fair to say, unburied remains may move around between the time that they were deposited and the time that they're found, right?
They may be moved by external forces, yes.
Right. Right. I'm not saying this isn't the Bible. The bones don't get up and walk, right?
Correct.
But certainly that's a concern when you're trying to collect bones in that kind of an environment.
Correct. It's something that we look for.
And of course, remains could also have been disturbed by people that may have happened upon it and not reported it.
That's possible too.
So the positioning of the bones has evidentiary significance in and of itself, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. When you say sometimes yes, what factors make that something you're concerned about versus when you don't concern yourself with it?
Well, oftentimes when we are collecting the bones, we aren't aware of how the bones got there or what the circumstances of the death are. So we don't really know what's significant or not. So that's why we document everything, because you don't know when it's going to be significant.
Okay, so documentation of how you find the bones and what position they're in is a critical part of that process, right?
It's part of it, yes.
And so that needs to be specific enough that you can understand both
generally where the bone was found and where the bone is found in relation to other bones of the skeleton, right?
Generally, yes.
And so, are you trained in a proper protocol to make sure that that's done in a way where the evidence can be properly understood later when you get back to the lab?
Yes.
And can you explain that for me? What is that protocol?
Again, it depends on the case, but again, if bones are separated, then you'd want to document where the bones are found in the area, from the separated bones to the main bones to the anatomic position of the bones. Again, it depends on how you're excavating, and quite honestly, if you're excavating, are the bones buried, are the bones on the surface? So it just depends. I couldn't go through an entire protocol because it is case dependent.
Okay, well, let's focus more on this case then, so we can have a little bit better context. These bones were found in an overgrown field, right?
They were found in a field, yes.
And they're intermixed with other animal bones, correct?
Intermixed with animal bones, yes.
And some of the bones are very prominent, and other bones are kind of harder to see when you just look at the scene from, if you're just coming upon it and you look, some of the bones are more obvious and stand out than others, right?
So if you're just walking up to the scene as a layperson,
Well, when you approach the scene, in this case, some of the bones were obvious to your naked eye without any further observation. Other bones you had to look for more carefully, fair to say.
I suppose so.
Some of the bones were sort of in the dirt, and other bones were really not affected by any kind of erosion or sediment deposit, right?
So, again, I apologize, I'm just not really following the questions, but all of the bones were bones, which means they've all been affected by environment and sediment and things because they're bones. It's not a body that's out there, it's bones. Some bones have different types of changing, say like what we call sun bleaching because they're out in the sun, versus others were in the shade. So they look different, but they've all been affected.
Well, I guess I'm not asking you so much about how they're affected. I mean, what I'm getting at is you use the word excavation, right? You're trying to get these bones out of their natural environment, where they've been found, and collect them for evidence, right?
We're trying to collect them from the environment of where they're found, yes.
Okay. And so, what did you do to document the positioning of the bones as you were removing them one by one?
Oh, well, when we document the scene, we take photographs of the scene of where the bones are, and we prepare a narrative of how the bones were found. We don't actually document all of the bones one by one. Most of these bones were in an anatomic kind of relationship, so we didn't feel the necessity to document each exact bone and where it was. In order to do that, we would have to be doing a full anthropology at the scene, which we are not doing, and that is not the best location in which to do an anthropologic assessment.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. What training do you have in anthropology specifically, forensic anthropology?
Again, I'm a board-certified forensic pathologist, so our training includes forensic anthropology training.
Okay, and the first step when you come upon a body in circumstances such as these is to make sure that the way you collect the bones does not compromise any evidentiary value they may have in the position that they were found in, right?
Correct.
And so, I mean, in this case, did you lay out a grid to show where the bones were in relationship to one another?
No.
Did you do any kind of schematic or diagram to indicate where the bones were found in position to one another?
No, we took photographs.
Okay. Did you go back and try to correlate where each bone that you found was accounted for in each of the photographs?
No.
Okay. There were portions of this skeleton that were not recovered, correct?
I honestly do not know. I don't have the report.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised, though.
When you when this was fresher on your mind, you participated in generating the autopsy report in this case, correct?
No.
You didn't write any report of your own?
So the reports that were written in this case were written by Dr. Feig, who was the forensic pathologist who actually did the anthropologic assessment, as well as Dr. Gail King, the forensic anthropologist. And then the investigative report was written by Investigator Torres from our office, who was also present at the scene. So I did not write nor generate any of the reports.
Okay. And so fair to say nothing that you did at the scene was individually documented by you in writing?
It was individually documented by me. No, it was documented by Investigator Torres.
And all of the anthropological work that was done in this case was done in the laboratory, not in the field, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, aside from separating the human and non-human remains, that was done in the field.
Okay. Now, what opinions do you intend to offer in this case based upon your observations in the field that day?
I intend to answer the questions asked, but I understand that I'm mainly here to testify about the separation of the human and non-human remains that were present at the scene.
Okay. Do you have any opinions regarding the conclusions of the autopsy report that were prepared in this case?
No, not today.
Okay. Will you be offering any opinions about reasons why portions of the skeleton were not recovered?
If asked, I can give an opinion. I don't know if I'm going to be asked.
Well, I'm asking you now if you would please tell me what's your opinion as to why portions of the skeleton were not recovered.
Oftentimes when humans are skeletonized, so we have skeletal remains, oftentimes we're unable to find or collect all of the remains because they are either so small that they've decomposed to a point where they're no longer really bony and identifiable. Also that they're too small. You mentioned things like scavengers coming in. They could have been scavenged out of the area. So it's not uncommon for us not to find every bone on a skeletal case.
Okay. And so your opinion in this situation is that it's unremarkable that portions of the skeleton were not recovered?
Yeah, I would say it's not uncommon, correct.
You would expect that, basically, for a case like this?
Correct.
Okay. Are you going to offer any opinions about the condition of the bones and whether the condition of the bones indicates attempts to tamper with the corpse, whether any of the bones were removed by virtue of some criminal action or some attempt at obfuscating evidence?
So if I understand the question correctly, I just want to make sure whether or not the bones were tampered with after they were bones. Correct. And bones removed, I would not be offering an opinion on that. No.
Okay. And you indicated that it appeared to you that the bones were in an anatomical position. That, I guess, means that essentially the bones were relatively in the position you would expect them to be in if a corpse was allowed to decay without interruption. In other words, the bones are sort of lined up like a person lying down on the ground.
So just to clarify, my answer to this question as well as the previous question are related to the human bones. So I just want to make sure, since there are multiple bones out there, the human bones. Is the human bones in this case were relatively anatomic? I mean, there is some, it's not perfectly laid out like we would lay out a skeleton, but they're relatively anatomic, meaning the head is at the top of the area, the legs are at the bottom of the area, so it's relatively anatomic, yes. But is there some mixing of bones, which can sometimes happen, again, for all the reasons we've already discussed? Yes.
Your Honor, based on that, I'm not going to offer a 702 challenge to the witness's testimony.
That's fine. I'm going to swear you in again for the jury.
That's fine. I'll try to slow down.
jury, please. Thank you. You may be seated.
Your name for the record?
Dr. Kimberly Molina, Molina.
You raise your hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, swear.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury? Just tell them briefly who you are and what you do.
Yes, my name is Dr. Kimberly Molina, and I am the Chief Medical Examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office. The Medical Examiner's Office is tasked with investigating certain types of deaths. We are tasked by law, and mainly we investigate non-natural or unknown deaths.
And how long have you worked in the role as the Chief Medical Examiner with the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
I have been chief since July of 2020 to 2020.
And before, I guess, is that a promotion?
Depends on how you look at it.
Essentially, you're the boss right now, right?
Yes.
And so before you became the chief in July of 2020, what was your role with the Medical Examiner's Office?
Previous to becoming chief, I was deputy chief medical examiner from 2007 to 2020. And then prior to that, I was a deputy medical examiner. I've been with the office almost 20 years.
And so just give the jury a little background about what sort of training that you have to undergo, what your education and experience is to even become a medical examiner in the first place.
So I attended and graduated from the University of Texas at Austin with a degree in mathematics. I then attended and graduated from the University of Texas Health Science Center Medical School here in San Antonio. I completed an internship in family medicine at the University of Arkansas in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I then returned to San Antonio to complete my training in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. I am board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And so, I think we all kind of understand moving through the world, like what a doctor does, right? We see doctors, we have doctors. So what difference is it that you do as a medical examiner versus maybe a general practitioner that we might go to and see?
So clinical doctors we're all used to seeing, they're there to treat you and to keep you healthy, keep you alive. My type of doctor my job is to figure out why people die. We don't always know when people are alive that they're going to die or how they're going to die. And unfortunately, oftentimes people die from non-natural diseases. So my job is to figure out, to be the last doctor that anyone ever sees, if you will, to figure out how and why someone died. And that includes knowing about disease processes that can kill people, as well as trauma and traumatic injuries.
And so you've kind of just given the general grouping of non-natural deaths that you investigate. I guess give the jury a few examples of what might be a non-natural death that you would have to become involved with.
Certainly. So, most common one we might think about would be a car accident. So, anyone who dies from injuries in a car accident would be investigated by our office. Drug overdoses. We see a lot of drug overdoses nowadays. Those would be investigated by our office. Suicides are also investigated, but then also homicides. So deaths due to someone else's actions, if you will.
And so just to have a good comparison, give the jury some examples of what a natural death would be that you would not become involved in.
So natural deaths occurring, let's say an elderly relative on hospice, or maybe someone with terminal cancer. Those are deaths where we don't need to be involved, and by law we aren't involved because it's a known natural death, meaning the person's under care, under treatment, and unfortunately, for whatever reason, their heart disease, their cancer, that's how they've died, and we don't need to be involved.
And so when a non-natural death occurs and your office becomes involved, how does that procedure sort of start?
So, as we've discussed, I am a doctor, a medical doctor, like any other doctor. And so when you go to your doctor because you're not feeling well, the first thing your doctor probably says to you is, hello, what brings you in today? I need to ask that question of my patients as well. So our examination actually begins with an investigation as to the circumstances of death. Why are we investigating this death? Was the person involved in a motor vehicle accident? Were they found with drugs nearby? That is my history. That is my why are you here? Once we start with that, we then do our examination, which for us is an autopsy. So it's looking at the body just as it is. It might be looking at the inside of the body, at the organs. It might be doing additional laboratory tests, just like your doctor might do if you were complaining of something. And then we take all of that information to determine a cause and a manner of death.
If you had to put a number on it, how many investigations of non-natural deaths have you worked on in your time with the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office?
When I started with the medical examiner's office just about 20 years ago, there were 4 medical examiners, and we investigated about 2,500 to 3,000 deaths a year. Now there are 7 medical examiners, and we investigate somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000 deaths a year. We divvy those up evenly, if you will. So if you take the number of deaths we investigated and divide it by how many MEs we have, that's how many I've done. So if you do all that math for 20 years, that's about how many death investigations I've done.
So thousands.
Yes.
And do you testify often in cases such as this?
Yes.
How often have you testified?
Prior to COVID, our office would testify maybe once a week for our medical examiners, so that would be maybe about once a month. It's been less with the courts not going, but as they get back up, yes, I'm here usually each month, if not more frequently.
And then to be clear, just kind of within the realm of law enforcement, are you an arm of law enforcement, or are you something different as the medical examiner's office?
So again, the medical examiner's office is actually mandated by law, which means we exist under the Texas state law. And we are completely independent from the DA's office, from law enforcement, from any other agencies. We are an independent agency whose sole duty is to determine the cause and the manner of death. We don't determine crimes, we just find out why people die.
And so let's talk about, let's just kind of get to the case that we're going to talk about today. So in July of 2019, you were working in your capacity as the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner, is that right?
Correct.
And so specifically on July 13th of 2019, were you contacted by a law enforcement agency?
It appears we were actually notified on July 12th of 2019.
Okay, and that's, yeah, and so July 12th you were contacted. What time was it when you were contacted?
It appears our office was notified approximately 11:08 in the morning.
On the 13th or on the 12th?
On the 12th.
We had a lot of different dates through, sorry, Doctor, I got that mixed up. That's my fault. So on July 12th, what time was it again?
So there were just, for our office too, there's multiple dates. So I can tell you, we were notified on July 12th, 2019 at 11:08 in the morning to attend the scene of some remains that were found. But it looks like we were first notified of the remains on July 11th at, it's 19:30, so 7:30 in the evening.
So first notification evening, but then the next day further follow-up.
Correct.
And so were you tasked with going to a specific location with regard to the finding of some human remains?
So yes, I did go to the location with our investigator.
And so I guess, what information did you have, if any, going into the scene about what you might be tasked with, what your job or roles might be once you get to the location?
So at the time of the report, we were told that there were some potential human remains found and that they were commingled with animal remains. Our investigators are also trained to go and investigate human remains and to collect those remains. However, our investigators cannot make the determination between human and non-human. So the policy of our office is when we have commingled remains, all of the remains are brought into our office and anthropology is done in our office. However, since we were informed that this involved a large animal, specifically a cow, the decision was made for a medical examiner to go to the scene and only bring in the human remains. Cow remains are very large and they're very difficult to transport to our office. So it was a better decision to just transport the human remains.
And so kind of explain that difference. So you have an investigator. Is what makes them different from what your qualifications are as to making the decision what is human remains and what are non-human remains?
So our investigators actually work for our office. So they're independent investigators that work for us. They're not part of law enforcement, not part of the DA. They worked for us. And we train them, as well as they're also certified by the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigation. And we train them to go to scenes for us. So medical examiners don't always go to the scenes, say the car accident, right? Our investigators are trained to go to the scene, document the scene, take photographs, get all the information that we need, and create a report for the medical examiner so that we would know why we're investigating that death and what type of examination needs to be done. Oftentimes these investigators are sent to courses and they have training as well on how to handle skeletal remains. And again, they would know the policies and procedures of how to bring those skeletal remains to our office for investigation. And a medical examiner doesn't necessarily go to every skeletal case. However, they do not necessarily have the expertise to differentiate whether or not a bone is human or non-human. That's more of the medical examiner to determine. So our investigators, when we task them to go to scenes for skeletons, they bring in every bone that's found. And then the medical examiner, when we do our exam in our office, will then separate the human and non-human.
And so tell the jury a little bit about how you as the medical examiner, the doctor on scene, makes those determinations about the differences between the human remains and the non-human remains.
As part of my training as a forensic pathologist, we are trained in forensic anthropology and in differentiating human and non-human remains. So at the scene, when there's two commingled skeletons, we look at each bone and decide, is this human or is it non-human? If there's any sort of a question whatsoever, we bring it in as human. So the only bones that get left behind are the ones that are clearly non-human, and we have no jurisdiction over that. As I mentioned, we're tasked by law to investigate deaths in humans. I don't have jurisdiction to investigate deaths of non-humans.
And so, I guess visually, when you're at the scene, and I think it's the spectrum scene we're talking about on July the 12th, are you first making just sort of a visual determination or something else?
So it depends on the bone. Some bones are obviously non-human, and we can visually just say, these are not human. Some bones we need to pick up, touch, look at their weights, look at other features to determine if they're human or non-human. This particular scene, most of the non-human bones were fairly clearly non-human.
And did you make any determination about out what type of bones, or I guess what animal or non-human it was.
So my training actually does not include differentiating animal bones. It differentiates animal and human. In my opinion, the bones that were there were likely bovine, cow. However, I'm not an expert, so if there's like different types of cows, all I can really say is they appear to be cow.
And so then let's talk about kind of when you first walk up to the scene and you see the human and the non-human remains there. What's sort of the first, I guess what sort of, what are you noticing first?
When we go to any scene, the first thing we notice is the scene, right? How are the remains there? What is the environment? Just kind of the overall scene of where everything is.
May I publish things that are already admitted?
Yes.
So Dr. Molina, I'm showing you what has already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 228. Can you see that okay? I know the lighting is kind of weird. I can adjust the brightness.
No, it's okay.
Okay. So is this sort of a fair representation in State's Exhibit 228 as to the location of the human remains and the non-human remains as you initially walked up to them?
We can only see some of them, but yes.
Okay, so this isn't the full view of all of the bones that you were able to find, but just a portion.
Correct, and we're kind of looking, I believe we're kind of looking from the side versus kind of straight on, but yes.
And then this might actually do a little bit better job. So this is State's Exhibit 229. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, and so just kind of describe for the jury, in your role as the medical examiner on scene, what are you notating when you first come across these remains?
Well, just from this photo and how we can see that some of the human remains are sort of out in the sun, if you will, and that appears to be the head, and then on closer examination will be some of the torso is out in the sun. I don't know if you can appreciate there's kind of a log going across, that's a tree line, and so some of the remains are actually going to be in the shade in that tree line. So we see human remains kind of out front, a tree trunk kind of across in the tree line, and then there's human remains on the other side as well, kind of laid out, if you will, from head at the front that you, I think, can appreciate that there's a skull, and then the legs and the feet are in the tree line. So that's what I mentioned before about kind of roughly an anatomic position where the head and the feet are opposite ends. And then what you, I don't think, can appreciate from this photo, but there's also some non-human bones mixed in towards the tree line, and there's more actually even in the tree line as well.
Okay, so then if I'm understanding you right, so in State's Exhibit 29, because of sort of this vegetation and tree line and log that you're referring to, are there some of the human remains that you actually can't see in this photo?
Correct.
And I think this kind of might be a different view. So State's Exhibit 32, getting a little bit closer. Is this kind of that same log that we just previously looked at, just from a different angle, kind of more of above angle?
Yes, and we're seeing the remains that we talked about that were kind of outside of the tree line, and we see that log, and then there's remains on the other side of the tree line. We're just seeing those remains a little bit closer now, so you can clearly make out the skull and some other bones.
And so are there some human remains in State's Exhibit 32 that you cannot visually see in this photo?
Well, yes, there's some past the log, so to the right. There's also, small bones underneath that you probably, you're not seeing all of the bones, but you're seeing the majority.
And then just a different perspective, States Exhibit 230, is this just kind of an up-close portion of that tree line that you were talking about?
Yes, and we're seeing some bones in there.
And are there any, I guess, to your eye, non-human remains depicted in States Exhibit 230?
Yes.
And what can you see that's non-human?
At least from here, again, it's hard for me to see, but at least from here, it appears that we have some kind of larger non-human bones towards the right-hand side.
Would it help if I brought the picture closer?
That would be lovely.
Yeah, closer to the picture.
So yes, I agree. Several of these bones are non-human. We have what appears to be kind of maybe a cow skull there, and these bones in here are also non-human.
So after you and your team do the initial documentation about kind of where the bones are, do you have any impressions? I think you already said anatomical position. Any other than the anatomical position, you have any other impressions about the skeletal remains at this time before you start separating?
Really, the main impressions at this time are the bones that are outside of that tree line are bones. There's not a lot of tissue or anything. They're more bony. The remains that are inside the tree line have some attached tissue and things still remaining. And so it's likely due to the location as to why that is. But again, kind of in looking at which bones are where, it does kind of fit anatomically. And it does appear that the majority of the skeleton is intact, meaning we have the majority of the bones present.
And I think you said that there were some portions of the bones that you found that did maybe that weren't completely affected. They had some tissue maybe on them still.
Correct.
And which bones did you find that maybe still had some tissue on them?
That would be the leg bones. So the legs are in that tree line, and those are the ones that still had some tissue.
May I approach the exhibit? So showing you Dr. States Exhibit 344, it's already been admitted into evidence. And so does States Exhibit 344 show kind of what you were just describing for the jury?
Yes, this is a foot and leg bones kind of all still attached because they have some tissue still present.
And where did you actually find this femur bone that's depicted in States Exhibit 344? Before you moved it, where was it?
No, I'm just looking because I'm not really sure that the femur is in the picture. It looks like we have the tibia and the femur. Sorry, to be correct, these bones were found in the tree line, so on the other side of the log.
And please correct me. Okay, so the lower leg bones, for lack of a better word, you found them in the tree line.
Correct.
What were they under? The
tree trunk that we saw that's separating the tree line was on top of some of the bones. We had kind of the head and the torso outside, then we had the tree trunk over the bones, and then the legs on the other side inside the tree line.
Okay, I think I understand, but State's Exhibit 32, are you saying that you found human remains actually underneath this log?
You know, honestly, I don't recall if there actually remains under the log, but the log is splitting the remains, as you can see.
So we have a portion of the remains on the left side of the log and a portion of the human remains on the right side of the log.
Correct.
All right, so then let's start to get into your collection process. Just describe briefly for the jury what your collection and separation process was at the scene.
So again, we were there to collect the non-human remains. And so with photography, we documented where the remains were, in that they were, again, very clustered in certain areas, so they weren't spread out. It wasn't like a very large spread out scene. They were kind of right there. So we collected the remains from those locations, documenting where they were, and documenting the human, and again, collecting the human bones from those areas. At the same time that we were doing that, we were also separating out any non-human bones and putting those off to the side. What we honestly did logistically is have two tables, one where we put the human bones, one where we put the non-human bones.
So let's talk about the non-human bones first. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 354 through 393. Would you mind looking through that? And if you need to adjust the order, feel free, but right now they're in numerical order. So Dr. Molina, State's Exhibit 354 through 393, do these photos set out the photos that your team took at the scene of the non-human remains?
Yes.
And do they accurately depict what you found that day?
Yes.
State moves to admit 354 to 393.
No objections.
Yeah, very good.
So you talked about your process of sorting. I guess, is this what we're seeing in States Exhibit 354, just an initial sorting of the non-human remains?
Yes.
And so then it looks like a few of the pictures, for example, in 355, is just a closer up of a different portion of States Exhibit 354. Is that a fair representation of what the jury's seeing here?
Likely, yes.
And so then I think you told the jury that you moved the non-human remains to a table. Is that a portion of what we're seeing here in States 361?
Yes.
And then did you make any impressions about seeing anything on the non-human remains that you noted that was of significance?
I did notate that on some of the non-human remains there were focal areas, small areas of charring or burning, such that it appeared there had been a fire around those remains at some point.
And can we see an example of that black charring in States Exhibit 378?
Yes.
And again, another example in States 364.
Yes.
All right, so now let's move on to the non-human remains. The human remains. Did you go through that same process and procedure, kind of what we saw here, or did you do it a little bit differently?
Relatively the same process. I mean, we documented where the remains were and then collected them.
May I approach? Dr. Molina, I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 394 through 409 in numerical order. If you'll please review them. And if I have the direction wrong, just let me know.
just with regards to 394 to 404, did they depict the pictures that you and your team took at the scene of the human remains out of the location that day?
The majority are human. There are some photos mixed in here that have some non-human.
Okay, we can talk about that. And so do these photos 394 through 404 accurately depict the human and non-human Marines that you found that day?
The human, yes, with some non-human mixed in.
Okay.
Same news to it at 394 and 404.
Your Honor, I would just object under 403 that it's cumulative of evidence already admitted, and that there's been testimony that establishes there's no independent evidentiary value to these photographs over the ones that have already been admitted.
Okay. Objection is denied.
May I have one more shot?
Yes.
So Dr. Melinda, just kind of explain to the jury what they are seeing in State's Exhibit 394, if you can see that okay.
So once the remains have been collected and sorted, this is where we were putting the human remains on the table. So you can see the human bones that were collected and have been kind of laid out on the table.
And are you putting them in any particular grouping for any reason?
So to make things easier on the anthropology that's going to be done in the office, they are grouped by kind of bone type. We put the vertebral bodies together, the long bones of the arms together, the ribs are together, the skull. I was trying to help the forensic pathologist who was going to have to do the exam in the office.
And so is that kind of what you're describing here in 395, just a similar grouping of kind of keeping similar bones together?
Yes, and what we're also doing here is making sure we're not missing bones or we don't have extra bones, right? So we need to know, is this one individual versus multiple individuals? We don't have extra bones. But also when we're searching, we want to make sure that we've found as many bones as we can. So we want to make sure we have 2 humerus bones, 2 ulna bones. And so we're pairing them to make sure that we don't leave anything behind.
And did you make a determination as to whether there was one human individual or multiple human individuals?
Yes, these remains are consistent with one individual.
So showing you State's Exhibit 399, what is the jury looking at here in 399?
We're looking at the skull, some ribs. I can't really tell what's above the skull, but we also see a fragment of mandible and some fiber hair type material that was also present with the remains.
And so was any of the fiber or hair actually still on or attached to the skull when you found it?
No, I don't believe so.
And was there any tissue as with regard to the skull as you found it?
No.
So in State's Exhibit 401, what is the jury looking at in State's Exhibit 401?
So this is the other side of the table where we can now see that we recovered the leg bones. There's some rib and other bones there as well. We see the other portion of the mandible, but we can see that the leg bones have that tissue and are actually still held together with the feet and the leg bones kind of in anatomic position, if you will.
And what is a possible explanation as to why the leg bones would still have some of the tissue and ligaments attached, but the skull did not have any tissue attached to it?
Well, as we saw with that tree line, we saw that the where the area where the skull and the arm bones and rib bones were, that was in full sun, whereas the legs are under the tree line in the shade, right? And so there's all sorts of different environmental factors that determine how quickly remains will decompose or break down. The sun or heat being one of those factors. So the fact that some of the remains were in full sun and the heat and more kind of readily exposed, if you will, that tissue is going to break down faster than the remains that are in the shade and maybe a little more protected from the elements.
So Dr. Molina, after you had completed your collection and your sorting of the non-human versus the human remains, what did you do with the human remains?
The human remains are then brought to our office for a full examination. We do full anthropology, looking for trauma, but that's done at the office with appropriate lighting in an appropriate setting when it's a much better examination can be done than in the field.
And did you perform that examination, or did one of the other medical examiners do that?
I did not perform that examination. That was Dr. Feig, who's another medical examiner in our office.
And were you a part of making the identification as to who was the human remains that you found?
Yes, I was.
And how is that process, the identification process, going?
So in this particular case, the police had a person that they thought these remains were. And so when we brought the remains back to the office, we took photographs of the teeth and x-rays of the teeth, and were able to send those to our forensic odontologist, basically a forensic dentist. And we already had the x-rays, what we call the antemortem x-rays, so dental x-rays taken in life of the person the police thought the remains were.
I'm going to object to your saying confrontation.
Your Honor, confrontation doesn't apply. It's not testimonial, and she is an expert witness. She can rely on your statement of her opinions.
It is 100% testimonial. It was done for the purpose of a criminal investigation.
I'll deny it.
I forgot where we were. I think you were just explaining the identification process.
So I was involved in that once we got the remains back to the office, I oversaw our technician taking the photographs and the x-rays to send to our consultant, the forensic odontologist, who could then make the comparison and identify the remains.
And so then did you in your office make an identification as to who the human remains were?
Renew the same objection, Your Honor. You're saying confrontation. So
Yes,
And who was that?
that the remains were those of Andreen McDonald.
And I guess with regard to your responsibilities with Andreen McDonald's body, did they kind of end there?
Yes, when we oversaw the identification process, then Dr. Feig did the examination the next day.
Ask the question.
Defense.
Dr. Molina, discussed and you notated several things about the condition of the bones and the location of the bones, correct?
Correct.
But you did not offer a report as the result of your work in the field that day in July of 2019, right?
So the report for that is the investigative report.
Right. That was authored by an investigator with your office, not by you, correct?
She is the one who wrote the report, and I oversaw and made sure I agreed.
Okay. Based on that, though, when we talk about I notated something, you didn't prepare anything yourself contemporaneous with what you were doing out in the field, right?
Other than working with her to generate the report, no.
Talking to her is what caused the report to be written, right?
Well, and working with her, I'm not sure. I mean, we were both together at the scene. She wrote up the report. I reviewed the report, added to the report, but she is the author of the report because our system works that one person is the author of the report.
You don't have any field notes that you relied upon to generate this report, right?
Correct.
And the photographs that were admitted today that you testified about were taken by Bexar County Sheriff's Deputy, correct?
No.
There was a photographer from your office in addition to the Bexar County Sheriff's Deputy.
Correct.
You didn't take the photographs yourself, though?
I may have taken some of them. Both Investigator Torres and I were working the scene together, and so we had the camera between us. It's our office, and so I was either directing her to take the photo or I was taking the photo. But those are our photographs.
Okay. As you're photographing them, you didn't set out a grid or any system to specify where the bones in a particular picture were in relationship to other bones not in the picture, right?
Correct.
There was no diagram drawn of how the bones were when you originally came upon them, correct?
Correct.
Your primary objective was to separate out the human bones from any other types of bone from any other animals that might have been commingled, correct?
Our primary directive was to collect the human bones.
Okay. And to do that, you had to separate them from the cow bones.
Correct.
You stated that normally, if it was a smaller animal, the protocol would have been for that process to have been done in the laboratory, right?
Well, normally, if only an investigator goes to the scene, then the investigator has to bring all of the bones in because they are not necessarily trained in how to separate. If a medical examiner is at the scene, the medical examiner will separate at the scene. We don't always go to the scenes, but if we are there, then we'll separate even if it's a smaller animal. It just means a medical examiner must be present at the scene in order to do that.
So whatever evidentiary significance the other bones might have, you're not concerned with collecting that from the laboratory or for anyone else?
For the non-human bones?
Correct.
Yes, the non-human bones do not fall under our jurisdiction.
And you all didn't take them with you?
No.
They remained at the scene?
I do not know. The sheriff's office was also present at the scene, and they can collect those as evidentiary specimens should they desire.
Were you keeping a written log of the bones that you had determined to be human as you found them?
No.
So when you were talking about sorting them and making sure that there's only one person, you were just eyeballing them, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that some portions of the skeleton were not recovered, correct?
I don't believe I said that in this testimony, but I said that it wouldn't surprise me if they weren't, but I did not do the full anthropology, so I don't know which bones were not recovered.
Okay. That would have been found out at the laboratory after you all had left Spectra.
When we did the full anthropology, yes, we would have seen, but while we were collecting the bones at the scene, we were seeing which ones were missing and looking for them. But oftentimes the smaller bones, those can often be moved by scavengers away from the scene, as well as we have very small, thin little bones, specifically like a hyoid bone. Those can actually disintegrate that we can't find. I don't recall if we found those or not, but they would be in the anthropology report of Dr. Feig.
And it wouldn't surprise you, a skeleton in this rate of decay to not have all of the bones. That isn't unusual necessarily.
Correct.
You indicated that the position of the bones was, I'm trying to recall the exact word you used, anatomically position. Is that fair?
It's in roughly anatomical, yes, and the head was at one end, the feet were at the other.
So that tends to suggest, obviously there's some disturbance, probably scavenging, weathering, etc., but it tends to suggest the bones they decayed without disturbance once they were placed there.
Yeah, there's, as you mentioned, there is some disturbance because it's not a perfectly laid out skeleton. But yes, it's kind of minimal disturbance in that it's roughly anatomic. The bones are roughly where they should be. But of course, we did see they were, for lack of a better word, kind of jumbled. So obviously some movement, some weathering, whether it be weather or scavengers or whatever, has occurred. But the majority of the bones are in that location, laid out relatively correctly.
Nothing about what you observed in that field that day could give you an indication at that time about when this person died, right? At least specifically.
Specifically, no. Generally, yes. I mean, they didn't die the day before, correct. But other than that, I mean, to get to a specific date of when they died, no.
Or how they died?
Not that I was doing in the field, no.
Okay. I'll pass the notes.
Okay.
Having also.
Thank you, excuse me. State next witness.
Statement called Dr. James Feig.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, go ahead and speak about the microphone. Go state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure. I'm Dr. James Feig. The name is spelled F-E-I-G. I am a medical examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, employed as a forensic pathologist.
Now, Doctor, the jury just heard from Dr. Kim Molina. What is her position at the medical examiner's office?
Dr. Molina is my boss. She is the chief medical examiner.
And Doctor, the jury previously heard what a medical examiner does, but how long have you been a medical examiner at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
I have been with the Bexar County office since 2014, so that's about 8 years. And for 12 years prior to that, I was in the same position in the military, the Air Force.
Now, Doctor, can you explain to the jury what type of educational background do you have that allowed you to become a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a physician. My
Education starts with graduating from college with a Bachelor of Science degree in science. That was way back in 1989. That is followed by medical school, which for me is in Bethesda, Maryland, at the Uniformed Services University, which is a military medical school. And that is followed by an internship of 1 year. My internship was in medicine, and that is followed by a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency, and that is followed by a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology, which is the specialized training that allows one to become a medical examiner.
Now, so, doctor, when were you then certified as a medical examiner?
Let me think about that. That's way back in the military, 2002.
So, doctor, since you became a medical examiner, roughly how many autopsies have you conducted?
I've done somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,600 autopsies.
And I believe you stated you began working at the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office in 2014, am I correct?
That is correct.
Now, doctor, back in July of 2019, what was your position at the Bear County Medical Examiner's Office?
The same position I currently hold, medical examiner.
Now, doctor, did you happen to conduct an autopsy on Andreen McDonald on July 13th, 2019?
Yes.
And doctor, did you prepare a report detailing your examination as well as your findings and conclusions?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 412, as well as State's Exhibits 413 and State's Exhibits 414. If you could just flip through State's 412.
This is a copy of my report.
And doctor, in States 413 and 414, are these diagrams prepared by you in association with your report?
They are. I would consider them part of the report, but certainly you can pull them out. They were prepared by me.
And as part of your duties as a medical examiner, are reports generated when an autopsy is done?
Yes.
They're kept in the regular course of business?
Yes.
Are they done by somebody at or near the time that the event took place?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence exhibits 412, 413, and 414. Citizens' objection.
No objection.
Okay, they're ready.
Doctor, do you also have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do.
Yeah. Doctor, in this instance, when a body or human remains come into the medical examiner's office, can you explain to the jury what is the procedure in terms of you receiving those in the board to conduct an examination?
When a death is reported to the office somewhere in Bexar County, one of our investigators typically will go to the scene and gather some preliminary information about the circumstances of the death. The body or remains then come into the office and are examined by one of the doctors.
Now, Doctor, in this case specifically, the jury's heard testimony of Dr. Molina going to the scene. on specifically July 12th of 2019. Were you present at the scene where the remains were recovered?
I was not at the scene.
And did you have access to any reports by either Dr. Molina or the medical examiner's investigator in terms of the recovery of those remains?
Our medical examiner office investigator does prepare an investigative report, and in addition, photographs were taken of the scene.
So do you have that available to you when both doing your autopsy as well as making your report?
Yes.
Now, doctor, approximately what time of day on July 13th of 2019 did you conduct the autopsy on Andreen McDonald?
So this is a little bit of a tricky question because typically when we perform an examination, there is an intact body. And so the date I list on my report is the date of the entire examination. In this case, wherein essentially Andreen is composed of bones, skeletal remains, the examination takes place over several days. So the listed date of 13th July, 8 o'clock is when the exam is started, but it goes on for days.
Now, doctor, you said that you've done, I think, approximately 2,600 autopsies in your career. Is it common to do an autopsy just on skeletal remains?
In my experience, it is uncommon. I've probably done about a dozen cases of skeletal remains cases.
And typically, when you do an autopsy, it's with I guess, closer in time to the actual event of the death. Is that correct?
Certainly. When we are dealing with skeletal remains, there are some issues that come up that we would not ordinarily see. One of those is that it is difficult to piece together any wounds or natural disease because the organs and the soft tissues are largely absent.
So in a situation like this, you're more limited because you, in essence, just have bones.
Say that again?
So in a situation like this, you're more limited because you only have, largely only have bones to examine.
That's correct.
Now, the doctor, when this examination began on July 13th, 2019, how did you receive the remains at the beginning of your autopsy?
The remains come in like any other case inside of a body bag. In addition to bones inside the body bag, there were additional paper bags full of bones and other materials in this case. Some of the bones actually are not human either.
So, doctor, did you weigh the remains?
I would have to look through my report.
Okay, feel free.
I'm not seeing that the remains were weighed. Oh, they were actually. So, I'm sorry, that's in the first sentence. The remains, again, comprised of the bones, weighs 18 pounds.
Now, doctor, I assume when you received these remains in that white body bag that you referenced, do you then begin an inventory so you can conduct your autopsy?
Sure. So the initial challenge is just to see what is present and to make sure that there's not more than one person. And if there is, like in this case, one person, how complete is the skeleton? And another issue is, are there any intermixed animal bones, as there were in this case?
So you had to conduct that process. Did you make any notations in terms of any human bones that were absent or missing from what you received?
I did. The skeletal remains are largely complete. There's a few missing items. One is the hyoid bone, which is a bone in the throat. And the other bones that are missing are some of the hand and finger bones.
Did you also make any other notes about the condition of something other than strictly skeletal that you received on the body?
While most of the skeletal remains are just comprised of bones, there was some residual dried soft tissue along the lower extremities.
Now, Doctor, I assume you said that there were also some non-human remains, non-human bones. You had to separate those from the human bones, correct?
Yes, and I know that to a large extent the non-human bones were left at the scene, but a sampling did make it to the office.
Doctor, was there any, you had mentioned some dried skin that was recovered. Were anything like fingernails or toenails also recovered?
There were, I believe, toenails on the feet that are painted pink, and some of those were still on the feet, and a couple were just loose. What was your other question?
Well, you answered my question, Doctor.
Okay.
You said that there were several bags kind of within the main bag itself. Was any hair recovered?
Yes,
Was that contained within one of the bags?
I believe so, yes.
Now, Doctor, at this point, after making the sorting process is completed, are you then able to begin your examination of the body, your autopsy?
Yes, so I would actually consider this initial process as part of that examination. But yes, once the reassembly has taken place, that allows us to look more specifically for findings within the bones that might indicate things like diseases or injuries.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, is it possible to get some water at some point?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
All right, the jury, come this way, please.
Yeah, if you want to go do that, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I believe where we left off, I'd asked if you had taken any photographs of the autopsy that you conducted on Andreen McDonald.
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, outside the presence of the jury, did I show you State's Exhibits 415 through 432?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, are these photographs that either you took or someone at your direction took concerning the autopsy you conducted in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what that looked like back on or around July 13, 2019, or the preceding days?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would move into evidence, Exhibits 415 through 432, subject to objection. No objection.
Ready? Follow it just once.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Doctor, I believe you stated previously that you also had some diagrams associated with this case that you crafted.
Correct.
I'm first going to show you State's Exhibit 413. In State's Exhibit 413, what did you draw here?
The drawing here depicts a fracture of the mandible, and you will see pictures of that later on, but this is just another way of recording that. So injuries are recorded as text or verbiage in the report itself, as drawings, and as pictures.
And Doctor, with that, I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 415. Can you explain to the jury, what is this number underneath the photo, at the bottom of the photo that you have?
The photo that's being displayed right now is what I call an identification or intake photo. And what this is that for most people, that still have a body, we take a picture of the face and we also display our case number. And the case number is unique for each case. It's generated very simply by the year in which the exam takes place, followed chronologically from number 1 to however many numbers need to be generated for that year. And we then more or less refer to the case by the number rather than by the name, which is especially good for a case like this, wherein the remains are skeletal, so that we need to do additional identification to make sure who the body belongs to.
Hey, Doctor, I believe you may have said that this is a unique number associated strictly with this autopsy, correct?
It is.
Now, Doctor, you had mentioned an injury that is first present in States 415. What injury did you observe?
Which one is 415 again?
I'm sorry, States 415, the photo that's currently displayed.
So the main purpose again of this photograph is just to show what the face would look like. Here, obviously, we're looking at a skull, but on the skull, you can also see that there is a fracture line running through the mandible.
And Doctor, I'm now going to show you States Exhibit 416. Is this the mandible that you had referenced?
Yes, this is the mandible showing a closer up view of the fracture.
And Doctor, I guess for kind of in layman's terms, the mandible, the jaw?
Right. So I'm going to refer to the mouth or jaw as a maxilla and a mandible. Most people would think of the mandible portion as the jaw, and that is the part that the lower part that moves when you talk.
And Doctor, what observations did you make in terms of the injury to the mandible?
The fracture through the mandible is complete, so that we will see shortly the mandible is really in two pieces.
And with that, Doctor, I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 417.
Actually, can you back up for one moment?
Yes, sir.
So I think you can see it in this picture. There's actually sort of a triangular defect at the bottom, and so that is an absent piece of bone. We never recovered that.
And now, Doctor, State's 417. Which side of the mandible is this?
So we're looking basically from the inside out, and we're looking at the right side of the mandible or jaw. And the fracture line is the one right up front there, or on the edge in this picture.
And now State's Exhibit 418.
And this is the left side of the jawbone, again showing the fracture, but this time on the opposite edge.
Now, Doctor, did you also make note of further evidence of injury?
There is additional injury, yes.
And Doctor, before we get specifically into the area, did you also prepare a diagram in States 414?
I did.
And what does this diagram depict?
This diagram is showing the spinal column and the ribs. And I have also enclosed on this diagram an insert that shows the names of various parts of the vertebrae, which are the bones that comprise the spinal column.
Now, Doctor, first, in terms of the spinal column itself, what groupings are contained within the spinal column?
So just sort of as an anatomy lesson, I suppose, the spine is comprised of 7 cervical vertebrae, which are in the neck, followed by 12 thoracic vertebrae, which are in the chest, thorax area, and that's followed by 5 lumbar vertebrae, which comprise the lower part of the torso.
And Doctor, you had also stated that you did a separate diagram of the, and I apologize, my pronunciation is awful, but of the vertebra. Is this what you're referencing?
Yes.
And is each vertebra comprised of several different parts?
Yeah, so if I may just go over this real quickly, the main or largest component of the vertebra is the body, and the rest of the bone surrounds a space called the vertebral foramen, and that's where the spinal canal is. And the bones themselves have some names, which I'm just going to go over a couple because they're going to be relevant soon here. One is the spinous process, which is a projection of bone that juts out posteriorly or towards the back. And the other are the transverse processes, which are bony prominences that jut out to the sides, to the left and to the right.
So, Doctor, a healthy vertebra should look like this.
That's correct. And one other note is that the inset diagram here is specifically showing a cervical vertebra, which actually has additional foramina or holes, and the holes called the transverse foramen or foramina house an artery called the vertebral artery that courses through that space surrounded by the bone.
Doctor, I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 419. Which part of the vertebra is depicted here?
I had said previously that there are 7 cervical vertebrae. In Andreen's case, 1, 2, and 3 are fine. This is now showing C4, and the left transverse process is the part on the bottom edge of the picture. And I think you can see that there is an absent area of bone where it has been fractured away. And in addition to that, would it be possible for me to go up there real quick?
That's fine.
Thank you, Judge.
So I just referenced this part that's missing. If it was intact, it would actually come around and join with this. And you can sort of see as a reference on the other side, on the right side, where it's still intact, that it's making another one of those holes or foramina. So this piece of bone from here to here is fractured away.
And so, doctor, if I have this correctly, the fracture is on the left transverse process connecting to the left anterior.
I'm sorry, connected what?
The left transverse process connecting to the left inferior articular faucet and the spinous process. Is that correct?
I wasn't really listening.
Let me ask it this way, because you can pronounce it much better than myself. You noted the fractures in what areas?
So the fracture that we see here is the transverse process, the left side.
Did you make any note in terms of any particular defects as to that injury?
I don't have a picture, but I did make some additional notes. I'm probably going to have to go up there again.
And Your Honor, is it possible for the witness to just stay here during this process? So there'll be several things I'd ask that he will point out.
That's fine. Is he going to need to take his notes down there?
I'm sorry?
Is he going to need to take his report down there?
I'm not sure.
Take him in case.
If you prefer.
So on the same left side, there is also sort of a divot of the portion of this bone that connects to this area, but you can't see it in this view. It's on the other side.
Then with that, the state, I'm not going to show you State's Exhibit 420. Is this a better angle?
So this is actually showing another feature. This is at a different viewpoint, and it sort of flipped it over. So this is now the left, and that's the same fracture that we saw earlier. But this part here is the back, and this is what we call the spinous process, which is the bone that juts posteriorly or towards backward, and it is fractured away. So we have a fracture of the spinous process of C4. And in addition, we can see the transverse process fracture of the left side.
Doctor, did you make any notes about the shape of the defect?
So there is one other defect that I, again, don't have a picture of, and it's sort of like a little divot or wedge shape. It is small.
Doctor, I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 421. What are we viewing here?
All right, so we just finished talking about C4. We're moving down so that this is C5 and this is C6. We're looking from the back. So C5 to C6, again, we can see the spinous processes are fractured away.
And Doctor, when you say the spinous processes, just to make sure that I understand correctly, is that just kind of almost the bony part of the spine if you run your thumb or finger down your spine?
Sure, and some people call these dorsal spinous processes, but yes, it's the part that you can feel with your hand. And actually, in the same picture, since I'm up here, you can see a couple of other things. There is a fracture over here on C5, on the right inferior facet, it's called. And then there's a little divot up here on the superior articular facet of C5. And this would be like what I just referred to as like what the divot or the wedge-shaped area would look like. So again, that part is sort of a small focus defect.
And you say a small focus defect. Did you make any notations about like any type of shape beyond that?
I may have just said wedge shape. I don't think other than that.
Okay. I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 422. What is depicted here?
All right, so we've now discussed C5, C6 in a previous picture. Now we're moving down one more level to C7. This is C7, and I am resting it on top of the first thoracic vertebra, which is T1. And the thing that I would like to note here is that C7 is fractured in such a way that is in three pieces. 1, 2, 3.
So in State's 422, you're actually displaying the three different pieces here. And I guess the top one being here. This is not connected to here currently, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 423. What are we seeing here?
This is showing the same bones, C7 and T1. However, if you think of this as sort of a puzzle, the C7 fracture has been reassembled so that this is sort of what it should look like, although you can still see the fracture lines running through it.
So going back quickly to State's 422, these are the pieces, all three pieces, not connected, and then in 423 you put them together.
Yes.
Doctor, I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 424. What are we doing here?
We are now moving down away from the cervical area into the thoracic area, and this happens to be the T11 thoracic vertebra, and we're looking at it from the left side. So this is the left side of T11, and what we can see here is a fracture of the transverse process, the bone that projects to the side. That part is fractured off. And in addition, you can see in this photo that there's another sort of wedge-like defect here and a smaller linear defect down here at the inferior or bottom edge.
And I'm now going to show you State's 425. Is this a different angle?
It's the same angle, but what's different on this picture is that that small bone fragment is placed here. So this bone fragment is going to rejoin there.
And now in State's 426. Is this the assembly of those pieces?
So yes, this is the vertebra now reassembled. If you look closely, you can still see that the fracture where the bone meets the rest of the body, the vertebra.
Now, Doctor, you had previously talked about injuries to the mandible and injury to the vertebra. Did you also note other injuries?
There is one other injury that was noted, yes.
I'm now going to show you State's 427. What is depicted here?
So in the previous picture, we had talked about the T11 thoracic vertebra. This is, at that level, T11, one of the ribs. And this is the right side. So this is the right 11th rib. There are 12 ribs on each side, so this is pretty low. And the fractured line is this jagged area up here.
I'm now going to show you states 428. Is this a close-up view of that fractured area?
Yeah, so this is a closer up view where you can see the fracture line a little more easily.
And now states 429.
And this is the rib as it's actually received in two pieces.
Now, doctor, after making note of the injury to the rib, did you also make any findings in regards to the finger bones or phalanges?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you states 430. What did you know, doctor?
So these are depicting right-sided phalanges or finger bones. And the one at the top, you can see that blackened area, that is a burned area. And extending outward from that are thermal or heat-related fractures. So you can see that there's sort of a crisscross and transverse pattern of those thermal fractures.
Now, doctor, making note of that, you had previously stated that you also received some I believe, tissue or skin, correct?
Correct.
I'm now going to show you states 431. What is depicted here?
So one of the things received with all the bones was a flap of dried and shriveled skin, which is being depicted here.
Now, did you do anything with that skin after receiving it?
Yeah, so you can see that it looks like maybe there's some sort of drawing on there, and what I did was put the skin in a solution of alcohol, because that sometimes sort of cleans things up and also draws out colors.
I'm going to show you now states 432. Is this a picture of that skin after you cleaned it up and had it in the alcohol solution?
It is, and so now it's also pinned out on the board.
I'm sorry about the what?
What is that for?
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear you.
Oh, it is now pinned out, like thumbtacks, pushpins. Is that what you want? On cardboard.
Oh, I see. Just for a better visual display.
Yeah. So the reason for that is if it were not pinned, it may still sort of roll up on itself.
I see. Doctor, if you can have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Doctor, I'm not going to call your attention back to State's Exhibit 414. You had made reference to injuries to the C area of the spinal column. You said that's in the neck area, correct?
Cervical equals neck for our purposes.
So on this diagram that you crafted, did you show where the injuries that you noted in your autopsy were?
I have generally indicated where the injuries are by that sort of encompassing line in the cervical vertebra area. And in addition to that, I've just pointed out the T11 vertebra and the 11th right rib.
And again, doctor, the cervical area is neck, and the thoracic is then down lower in the body, correct?
Yes.
And then the 11th rib, also closer to the T11 area.
Yes.
Now, doctor, did you also remove any section of the bones for any further testing by DNA?
Yes, a portion of the femur was removed so that DNA identification studies could happen.
Now, and doctor, you do not do that study. That someone else in the American Crime Lab, correct?
Right. That's not my job, and I'm not sure how to do it. So we provide the sample and we turn it over to the crime lab, who then takes it from there.
Now, doctor, you made mention of several wedge-like defects on the injuries that you observed on the spinal column in various different places. Would that be consistent with being struck by a multi-phased tool?
Yes.
That be consistent with being struck by a claw hammer?
Yes.
Now, doctor, the jury has also heard testimony in regards to a stomping on the victim. Now, the injuries that you observed, these small wedge-like defects on the spinal column, would that be consistent with a stomping from a regular shoe or boot?
I believe that if you were to stomp with a regular sort of shoe, you're going to have a broad area of force. And these small divots or defects that are being referenced, they are suggestive of a much more focused impact. So I would say the answer is no.
Now, doctor, to be fair, in terms of the mandible injury and the injury to the rib, could that be consistent with being struck by a claw hammer or being stomped on?
It is.
Now, doctor, did you make any findings as to your autopsy on Andreen McDonald?
So we have gone over the findings. The findings are then put into a summary, and then a conclusion is produced for the report.
And doctor, within those findings, were you able to identify the human remains as adult or as a female or male or adult or child?
Adult female.
Now, doctor, in your opinion, how did Andreen McDonald pass away?
In order to answer that, I would have to tell the jury that there is uncertainty related to this case because of the fact that we are only looking at bones. So the way that I have phrased her cause of death is homicidal violence, including blunt force trauma, because we know that there is some sort of blunt trauma by the fractures. What I don't know is if or what the real fatal injury is, because again, we're limited. So for example, if there was an element of strangulation, I wouldn't be able to see that. If there were a gunshot wound or a sharp force wound from a knife and it didn't strike a bone, I wouldn't be able to see that. And even something like poisoning, we don't have a specimen to do toxicology testing. So those are the limitations of the examination.
And so because you have, I guess, limited aspects, like you said, no soft tissue remaining, the body is in a skeletal form, you're limited in terms of your analysis and your conclusions.
That's correct.
But your conclusion, based on the information that you had available to you, said homicidal violence based on blunt force trauma.
Yes, and again, we take the information that is available. So we do have the findings of the fractures. We have the circumstances of how the bones were found in this field with essentially a cow skeleton. And so then, yes, our opinion is formulated based upon everything that we know.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch, and the defense will start their cross-examination at 10 minutes after 1, so an hour from now.
All right, jury, this way, please.
Thank you, you may be seated.
Okay, Doctor, you're still under oath. Defense witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. We've met before, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you were gracious enough to meet with me and my colleague Zoe Russell and the law clerk to spend the morning with us, right?
That's correct.
You showed us all the evidence that you all had to review. You walked us through much of the evidence that's been admitted today, correct?
Correct.
And when we were going through that, you and I were both having some trouble when we were talking about understanding where bones were found in relationship to other bones out at the field, correct?
Correct.
We had talked about you inquiring whether or not any grid work had been done or any diagrams had been made. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
You indicated that you want to check into that yourself. I take it you didn't find anything.
I was not able to find either that was or was not completed, so that's where I basically have not progressed beyond our meeting on that.
Understood. You agree that would be helpful information for you to know when you're doing a report on a skeletal remains case like this?
It's good to have as much information as possible. And I suppose at some point I could have talked to people that were at the scene, although I don't know that it would actually change my findings. It would just give me a better understanding of the scene.
Understood. You said that this had taken you quite a while. I mean, unlike a normal autopsy where you sort of try to do the whole report in one session, this was something that was spread out over multiple days.
That's correct.
In fact, several months probably. So
the way that these cases often work that are skeletonized is that the examination is completed in small steps here and there on different days when time can be found.
Because some of these are time-consuming tasks. You actually piece together some of the vertebra that had been damaged, correct?
Right. So, and I would sort of compare the whole process a little bit to putting together a jigsaw puzzle. One, there are the intact bones, and then as you pointed out, we have some fractures that left multiple pieces of bone. And it does take some manual manipulation and experimenting to see how everything fits together.
Understood. Now, when you received the remains, you didn't have any kind of an inventory or a checklist where they had gone through and accounted for the bones out in the field, right?
No.
That was part of your task, was to find out what do you have and what do you not have.
Yes.
So fair to say it would be impossible to know whether some of those bones may still be out in that field or whether they were lost forever or what happened to those missing bones.
Yes, I do know that multiple trips were made to recover as much as possible, but in the end, yes, we have some missing bones.
And you indicated that included some of the hand and finger bones, correct?
Yes.
And also the hyoid bone.
Yes.
Now, explain for the jury, please, what the hyoid bone is.
The hyoid bone is a bone found in the neck. It is sort of buried within the musculature. It has a U shape to it. The reason why it is of some note to the pathologist is that if there is a neck trauma, such as strangulation, you may often get a fracture of that bone.
And you could have damage to that bone also via a punch or a kick to that part of the throat as well, correct?
Sure, yes.
And so it's a significant thing to look at in a case like this when you're trying to find out cause of death.
Yes.
And it was missing, but to be fair, hyoid bones are really small, right?
Hyoid bones are really small, and really they're sort of a free-floating bone. They're not directly attached to any other bone, so it's sort of a setup to lose it.
Okay, so it's not uncommon to lose it.
Yes.
Okay. And because it's a small bone, it's also a rather fragile bone.
Yes.
Which is why it can
be a contributor to cause of death in so many instances.
Right. It's not actually a contributor to the death. It would be a marker of trauma.
Such as a crushed windpipe.
Right, but the hyoid bone itself being fractured is, would not be considered a fatal injury. It's a marker that something else happened.
Something up to the soft tissues.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had indicated to me that it is possible that the damage to the bones that you observed, none of those fractures or breakages in and of itself could have been fatal, right?
Correct.
It might have been, but it also might not have been.
I believe in that sense, this is sort of circling back to what we just said about the hyoid bone. These would be indicators that there is trauma, but since we don't have organs, we don't have soft tissue, I can't tell you what other trauma may have been present.
And similarly, but in terms of it being trauma, we know that the trauma occurred, but we can't tell from these bones whether that trauma occurred while the person was still alive or after they had passed away, correct?
The pathologists, when they look at a fracture of bone, we also look at the soft tissue surrounding it to see if there's hemorrhage, which shows that the injury happened while alive. Again, we don't have that, luxury here. So I have the fracture. So from my perspective, yes, I cannot tell whether this was received before death or after death.
So, for example, if I were to break my arm and then go about my life for 2 or 3 weeks and then I passed away, you would probably be able to tell that the injury was sustained while I was still alive because the bone would have tried to heal itself, right?
Yes, bone is like any other tissue in the body. When it sustains an injury, it tries to heal itself. And I'm going to anticipate your next question. I did not see evidence of bone healing.
On any of these injuries?
Correct.
But similarly, I guess inversely, if I were to die and then immediately my arm bone was broken, the body would not make any attempt to heal because I'm dead.
Correct. These healing processes take quite a bit of time. So in the acute stage, you're going to have the injury and no healing. That only happens as time goes by.
Okay. So every injury we see here just as likely could have been sustained after the person passed away.
That's technically correct. I would add, though, that the distribution seems a little strange in that they are concentrated about the cervical vertebra for the most part. So I'm not really sure how to explain that, but I just wanted to point that out.
Well, okay. I understand, and that seems like a point we should probably focus a little more on. Once someone's dead, if the body is being moved, if it's being thrown down a flight of stairs, if it's being thrown over something, then there's no real, there could be significant damage in a given area where that happens, where the body lands, right?
There can be, and I would use one of the injuries found with McDonald to go over this. The rib fracture on the right side. That is an injury that could be caused by many things. It's very nonspecific, and all of the injuries are nonspecific. It's just that the injuries to the vertebrae have caused fracturing that have broken away pieces of bone and also created small divots or wedges. So, and those sorts of things are indicative of some sort of focused impact.
A tool, for example.
Yes, a tool would work.
And you had also indicated that the mandible, similarly, because of the wedge feature where there's some missing bone, implies that kind of precise force as well, right?
I would agree with that.
which would be consistent with the tool.
Yes.
In general, I mean, obviously, people do break bones in fistfights and things like that. But bone is very hard material, right?
Yes.
And so the reason that these types of breaks strike you as being tool-made is that it would be hard for the human hands, human feet, to focus that much energy at a specific point.
It does suggest that there is a more focused degree of force than a simple hand. And an example of the sorts of forces we see to cause these injuries, I'm thinking of the mandible fracture here, is we frequently see them in motor vehicle accidents where someone is thrust forward and they hit their chin on a part of the dash, basically.
A significant amount.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is significant force. Yes.
Understood. And so that's why in your report on page 3, while you discuss blunt force trauma because of the fractures, you indicate that you can't rule out an asphyxial component because of the hyoid bone's absence and the absence of cartilage.
That's correct.
You noted a couple other features. I just wanted to make sure that we all understand. You indicated that there are tori, or bony bulges, in the back of the mandible, right?
Yes.
But that is a natural thing. That's not a sign of injury of any kind.
It happens fairly frequently. And what it is just basically a bulge of bone, but it's not a tumor or any sort of trauma.
So it wouldn't indicate anything, disease or illness or weakening of her immune system or anything like that?
It does not, no.
Okay. And then also you noted that there was sacral spina bifida occulta, correct?
Yes.
And that's basically a gap in the spinal column?
Yes, so if you think of the disease process called spina bifida, there is a defect in the bony vertebra such that the spinal cord can come out of the canal, and so it can be sort of a serious affair. With this, we are talking about a very tiny gap, such that the spinal cord is not going to escape the canal.
So this wouldn't be a condition that she had. She wouldn't have had any lifetime struggle or difficulty with this. It's not a true case of spina bifida.
Right, and that's the occulta is trying to imply that it's hidden, basically. I would say most cases are asymptomatic, and the only thing is sometimes people will have something like a dimple in their skin over that area, but really a lot of time if you have this, you're just not going to know because there's no symptoms.
Understood. Now, you only noted burning on a very small portion of the bones, correct?
Yes.
Basically just some finger bones.
Yes.
You've seen photographs of the cow bones that were recovered as well. Right?
I have, yes.
And they were much more significantly burned.
There were more thermal changes to the cow bones than to Miss McDonald, yes.
So any other discoloration of bone that the jury may see looking through the photographs, apart from those phalange bones in the hand, that's just because of the environment and the sun and things like that. It's not something we should attribute to fire or to injury.
Yes, so when bones are left out above ground, they are basically going to weather. So sunshine and soil are going to stain the bones.
Obviously, it would be impossible to give a pinpointed time of death based upon the evidence you had available.
Yes, that's correct.
But it's not an inconsistently, the condition of the bones is not inconsistent with the death that occurred at the end of February, right?
That's correct.
And the bones don't tell you anything more specific about how she died than what we've just discussed.
Correct.
I'll pass the notes.
The state.
Doctor, on cross-examination, you had made note that you found it, I'm not sure if you used the word strange or unusual, the concentration of injuries on the C vertebra. Can you expand upon that?
If you think back to one or two of the pictures that I showed, one in particular showing the C5 and C6 vertebra, you can see that the spinous process that is fractured essentially continues. Our word would be contiguous, but continues from one bone to the other. And in fact, it actually goes one further. One of the other cervical vertebra adjacent to that also has the spinous process fractured. So those are all in very close proximity. This is not definitive by any means, but it would make you think that a single impact or blow may have been responsible for such a finding.
And Doctor, you also talk about you spoke of a focused impact in terms of the spinous process and the transverse process. Is that indicative of some force being exerted onto the spine?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's what it is.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
It could be subject to recall.
Is that your phone?
Okay.
Next witness.
Statement call Melissa Baldwin.
Please swear again. Swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Speak loud enough into the mic, state.
Ms. Baldwin, could you spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's Melissa Baldwin, MELYSSA BALDWIN.
And Ms. Baldwin, can you introduce yourself to this jury and tell them where you work?
I'm Melissa Baldwin. I am a forensic scientist in the DNA and serology section of the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory.
And can you tell them what a forensic scientist is?
I screen items of evidence that are brought in from law enforcement agencies for the presence of biological fluids, which would include blood, semen, and saliva. And then from there, if there were any positive findings, would move on for DNA analysis.
And can you tell them what your educational background is?
I received my bachelor's degree in science in biology from the University of Houston in 2014, and my master's degree in forensic chemistry from Southeast Missouri State University in 2017.
And after you graduated in 2017, where have you worked since then?
at the Broward County Crime Lab.
Was the position you have now, is that the same position you had back in March of 2019?
No.
Can you tell everyone what your position was back in March of 2019?
I was a forensic scientist serologist, meaning that I only did the serology screening of evidence. I did not do DNA analysis.
And what is different about your current role?
It includes DNA analysis.
In your time working for the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Lab, have you had on-the-job experience doing the things you talked about in regards to serology and DNA?
Yes.
And do law enforcement agencies send you items of evidence for you to do serology tests on?
Yes, they send it to the laboratory.
Ms. Baldwin, can you briefly tell the jury, just in general, what a serology test is on an item that's sent to your lab?
In terms of a serology test, there are different kinds of tests. For example, for a blood test, I use a color test, which 2 chemicals are added to an item, and if the color changes from colorless to pink, that's positive for the presumptive test of blood.
And if there is a presumptive test of blood, what happens to that evidence at your lab?
I retain the evidence, and then it is moved forward for DNA analysis.
Did you conduct some presumptive blood tests in this particular case we're here to talk about today?
Yes.
Ms. Baldwin, you have 2 reports in regards to this particular case involving presumptive blood tests, correct?
Yes.
And in the first one, did you receive from the Bexar County Sheriff's Office a hammer labeled under evidence ABE1?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct serology testing on that hammer?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Baldwin, I'm handing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 272. And can you just look inside of it? You don't need to take it out, but can you look at the package and look inside of State's Exhibit 272 and tell me if that's the hammer you conducted serology testing on?
Yes,
And does it have any markings from your lab on the outside of that package?
yes, it does.
And what marking does it have?
It has my initials, the criminal investigation laboratory number for this specific case, the date, and the item number.
And for record purposes, can you just read the CIL number?
Yes, it is CIL 19-0-17-19.
May I publish, judges? I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 253. Which is a photo of that hammer that you just identified. In conducting a serology test on that hammer, can you tell them the process that you went through as a forensic serologist?
When I screen items of evidence for blood, I do a visual examination first, meaning I just look at the item of evidence, and if I see anything that I think has red or brown soiling that could be consistent with blood, that is what I would test.
And on this particular hammer, did you see anything like that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury where you saw the things that you thought were possible blood?
I saw potential soiling on the upper handle as well as the head of the hammer.
And did you conduct serology testing on those spots?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury how you did that?
I took a clean filter paper and basically wiped the area that I thought might have potential blood on it until some of that soiling was on the filter paper. And then on that filter paper, I would add the 2 chemicals that in the presence of possible blood would turn pink.
And did they test positive for blood?
Yes.
And so the spots that you tested on that hammer tested positive presumptively for blood?
Yes, it did.
So after that happens, what do you do with that particular piece of evidence?
I would take a swab that had been moistened with some sterile water, and I would swab the areas that had that positive result, and that swab would then be retained in our laboratory for further DNA analysis.
In addition to swabbing a physical item for potential blood, at times do you receive actual swabs from a crime scene?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury why you might receive swabs as opposed to a potential item from a crime scene?
There's probably a variety of reasons. If the item that was swabbed might have been too large to be submitted to the lab, or if it was easier for the crime scene technicians to swab it. I'm not really sure in this case why swabs would be submitted.
But is it possible that if the swab comes from the wall or part of the building, that obviously the swab has to come to you, correct?
Yes, that would be preferred.
May I first witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 155, 156, and 157. Do you recognize those 3 packages?
Yes.
Okay. Are those 3 swabs that you also conducted serology testing on in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess just for purposes of the jury, State's Exhibit 155, 156, and 157 have those same unique markings that you talked about on the other particular case?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And in conducting these, how do y'all have a report that indicates, I guess, what each item is? How do you, like, the report that you guys have, does it have a description of the items?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what the description of these 3 items were for your lab?
I'd have to review the report in order to remember.
Would your report have a copy of that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you use your report to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Is this a copy of your March 14th report?
Yes.
Okay. In using your report to refresh your memory, can you tell us first what the description of State's Exhibit 155 is to you at the lab?
That would be swabs labeled E6 from middle of master bathroom door.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 156?
Swabs E7 from bottom of master bathroom door.
And finally, State's Exhibit 157.
That would be swabs E8 from light switch of master door. Light switch of master bathroom.
And Ms. Baldwin, did you perform the same presumptive serology test on those 3 items?
Yes.
And what were the results of those 3 tests?
It was positive for the possible presence of blood.
Ms. Baldwin, there's various items that lab receives in regards to these cases, correct?
Yes.
And we talked about a few of them that tested presumptively for blood. I want to call your attention to another item of note. On your report, is there a item 2-6?
Yes.
And what is that item description?
Black jeans.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Baldwin, I'm going to set what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 273 next to you. Inside State's Exhibit 273, can you look at it and see if the item that I'm referring to, the black jeans, are inside that bag?
Yes, it's there.
Is there anything of note that you recall upon receiving that item that you noticed about State's Exhibit 273 and your item number 26 titled the black jeans?
There were a pair of gloves that were in the jean pocket.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Baldwin, do you have some gloves?
There's some gloves up here. Okay.
And at the time that you, in your notes at the time that you, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. In your notes at the time that you received those jeans, there was something in the pocket, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was in the pocket?
A pair of gloves.
And what did you do with those gloves?
I also screened them for blood.
And was there any blood on those gloves?
No, there was no blood soiling that I saw.
And when you talk about gloves, what type of gloves were they?
They were of a latex design.
And they were forwarded on for any further testing?
No.
Sorry, did you do any testing on it?
I did a visual test to see if if I could look at my bench notes, I'd be able to see if I did further testing.
You have notes that you make whenever you do these things, correct?
Yes, they're just notes as I'm doing the testing of the evidence. Okay.
And using that to refresh your memory, can you tell us about the gloves?
They were two black gloves that, as I mentioned before, were of latex design. They were very worn, and they had rips on both of them.
And they were not your gloves, correct?
No, they were not.
Now, Ms. Baldwin, there was a second serology report that was released by you in this particular case, correct?
Yes.
And that one's from March 28th of 2019?
Yes.
And in that particular report, on item number 48, has two items, 48-3, which is described as a sweater, and 48-5, which were described as jeans, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you look at at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 311 and tell me if that package is the package that contained those two items.
Yes, it is.
Ms. Baldwin, did you conduct serology testing on those two items contained in State's Exhibit 311, the sweater and the jeans?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury the process for doing that?
I would examine the items of clothing, and if I saw any soiling that I thought could be possibly blood, I would do the same test where I would swab or use a filter paper to wipe that area and then test that filter paper for the blood.
And did you conduct that test on those two items?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of that?
They were both positive for the possible presence of blood.
And do you recall the locations on those two clothing items where the blood was positive?
On the sweater, there were 4 locations that I had the positive results. 2 were in the front and 2 were on the sleeves. And on the jeans, there was 1 location, and that was on the front right knee.
Ms. Baldwin, all of the items that you mentioned that had a presumptive test for blood, were they retained by the lab for further DNA testing?
Yes.
So, and what is the process? What is retained for further DNA testing? Like, in what form are they retained?
For the items of clothing, I would take a cutting of that possible blood soiling, and that cutting would then be that would be retained and then tested further for DNA analysis.
And in the case of the swabs?
The swab tips, so just the portion with the cotton part on it would be retained, and that would be what would be moved forward. Retained and would be moved forward.
And finally, the hammer, how would that, the retention of whatever sample from the hammer, how would you do that?
For the hammer, I did take a swab and swab the areas that tested positive, and that swab tip would be retained.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness?
Thank you, your excuse.
Thank you.
Michael James, the state's last witness today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next witness.
State will call Jamie Pollenhall.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court order?
Yes, my name is Jamie Pomykal, Pomykal, and I am a forensic scientist at the Bexar County Crime Lab here in San Antonio.
And Ms. Pomykal, what does a forensic scientist do?
So in our discipline, we work in the forensic DNA serology section, where we look at items of physical evidence for the possible presence of biological materials, and then we conduct DNA analysis on those items.
And Palmcall, what type of educational background do you have that qualifies you to do this job?
I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from Texas State University, and I have a master's in science with a concentration in DNA and serology from the University of Florida.
And Ms. Palmcall, when did you first begin to work at the Bexar County Crime Lab?
About 15 and a half years ago.
And when you first began, in what capacity were you hired?
I was a DNA analyst, but I had not been trained to perform DNA at the time.
And later, did you receive that training?
Yes, I did.
And how long have you been performing DNA analysis for the Bexar County Crime Lab?
Since about 2008.
Now, I'm sure that the jury in general knows what DNA is, but could you explain to the jury when you are testing a sample, what are you actually determining?
So if we can extract the DNA from a biological material, we can then extract DNA from a known sample from someone and make a comparison between the samples to see if they could potentially be a contributor of that biological material.
And Ms. Palmcall, when you say a known sample, what does that mean?
So usually it's a buccal swab, which is a swab of the inside of a person's mouth, or a blood standard that has been collected from them.
Okay, so in essence, something that, say for example, if I were to swab the inside of my mouth, you would know it is my DNA, something that is known.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you would use that comparison to an unknown sample to see if that matches or it does not.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Palmcall, did you conduct actually several different DNA analyses in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, first of all, I want to call your attention to a forensic DNA report from April 18th of 2019. And do you have a copy of that report in front of you?
I do.
Now, first of all, did you receive evidence from your own crime lab, from the serology department, in regards to a case under CIL number 19-01719?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you conduct the serology on those items, or was that done by another individual?
That was done by another analyst.
No. So once, when you received something that had tested positive for some type of serology, some type of biological material, then when it comes to you, before that process is done, where is it stored in the crime lab? Where is it stored in the crime lab?
We store all of our samples in a locked freezer until they're ready for DNA analysis.
And once it's ready, is that when you're able to check that out and perform that analysis?
Yes.
Now, earlier you talked about known standards. Now, in this case, back in April 18th of 2019, did you have any known standards?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Palmcall, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 186, State's Exhibit 312, as well as State's Exhibit 313. Now, Ms. Palmcall, in States 186, 312, and 313, does it contain any unique markers specifically to the Bexar County Crime Lab?
Yes.
On all three items?
Yes.
Is it that same CIL number that you referenced earlier?
Yes, it is.
And before we get too far, what is the CIL number?
The CIL is our Criminal Investigation Laboratory number. Every case that comes in from an agency gets a specific CIL based upon their agency number. So every SAPD number, for example, has a unique CIL.
Now, first of all, in regards to State's Exhibit 312, Is this a buccal swab that you received from an individual named Andreen McDonald?
I did not actually receive this, the laboratory did, but yes, that's what it appears to be.
And on your report from dated April 18th of 2019, is that reference to a saliva sample, a buccal, for your 55-1.1?
Yes.
Now, did you also receive a saliva sample or buccal swab under State's Exhibit 186 for a Paul Anderson?
Yes.
And I say you, of course, the lab,
yes,
globally. And is that under your identification number 54-1.1?
Yes, it is.
Did you also receive a buccal swab or saliva sample for a Hyacinth Smith under State's Exhibit 313?
Yes.
And under your lab report, is that 56-1.1?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Pomacall, in situations in which you do not have a known standard to a certain individual, either because they're missing or for some other reason, what is done by you in an effort to develop a DNA profile?
So typically in those cases, we use a deduced known. So it would be an item of evidence that is believed to belong to that person that we could potentially get DNA from.
And with that, I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 158. Did you receive this item, or did the crime lab receive this item marked as a purple toothbrush under Bexar County number 21A?
Yes.
And was it marked as, on your report, as 16-1.1?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Pomacall, in this situation, when you received a toothbrush purported to be from an Andreen McDonald, what did you use that toothbrush and the two buccal swabs that you received from a Paul Anderson and a Hyacinth Smith, what did you do to try to develop a profile for Andreen McDonald?
So because you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half of your DNA from your father, we can take their known standards and make a comparison to the deduced known profile for Andreen McDonald and hopefully determine if the donor of the DNA of the toothbrush is a child of these two individuals, which is what I did.
And how is that test conducted? What type of mechanism do you do to undertake that?
So we perform DNA analysis as usual, and then we do a reverse parentage. Typically, as probably most of you are familiar with, it's usually a paternity that is in question, but in this case, the child was in question. So it's a reverse of the typical paternity test.
And you did conduct that test in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what results did you have?
The donor of the DNA on the toothbrush was not excluded as being a biological child of Paul Anderson and Hyacinth Smith.
And Ms. Pomacall, when you say the term not excluded, can you explain to the jury why is that term used in the forensic community?
It is a term that we use to say that someone cannot be excluded as a donor. It basically means that the DNA is a match.
So did you develop a probability of parentage based on the test that the buccal swab that you had from Paul Anderson and Hyacinth Smith to that buccal toothbrush?
Yes, I did.
And what type of calculation did you do to get that probability of parentage?
The calculations are complex, and we use a computer to generate them. But the probability of parentage is greater than 99.99%.
And so, Ms. Pomacall, after doing this, were you able to develop a DNA profile for an Andreen McDonald?
Yes. So I then considered the donor of the toothbrush to be consistent with Andreen McDonald, and I used that to make comparisons to other items.
So now that you have this profile for Andreen McDonald, were you then able to then compare it to either cuttings or swabs from unknown areas?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Figure this out for you a little bit. Now, Ms. Palmacall, I'm now going to hand you States Exhibits 155, 156, and 157. Do the packages on States Exhibits 155 through 157 contain the unique CIL number associated with this case?
Yes, they do.
Do they have any other types of markings on there that indicate any work that was done by the crime lab?
Yes, they have the analyst's markings on all three of them.
Okay, and does that include your own?
No, it does not.
Okay. And from is the analyst then from a serology performed by someone else?
Yes.
Now, did you receive a swab of the analysis done from States Exhibits 155, 156, and 157?
Yes, I did.
And first of all, I want to draw your attention to your States Exhibit 155, or the swab from States Exhibit 155, excuse me, under your 5-1.1.
Okay.
Did you compare, described as E6 from middle of master bathroom door, did you conduct a DNA analysis from the known standard you had for Andreen McDonald to this unknown?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
Andreen McDonald was not excluded as a source of the human DNA identified on that item.
Now, Ms. Palmacall, did you also conduct a DNA analysis on your item 6-1.1, described as swab tip E7 from bottom of master bathroom door?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of your comparison?
Andreen McDonald is also not excluded as a source of the human DNA identified on that item.
And lastly, Ms. Palmacall, did you also conduct an analysis of a swab tip, your 7-1.1, described as E8 from light switch of master bathroom?
Yes, I did.
And what was the results of your analysis?
Andreen McDonald was also not excluded from the human DNA identified on that item.
Now, Ms. Palmacall, did you also conduct an analysis on your 1-1.1, a comparison between a swab tip from a hammer described as ABE1 to the standard that you had developed for Andreen McDonald?
Yes.
And what results?
She's also not excluded as a source of the DNA identified on that item.
Now, did you also compare, did you also receive a standard from a Andreen McDonald States Exhibit 312, your 55-1.1?
Yes, I did.
Now, in regards to the swab tip from the hammer and the swab tips from the two places on the master bathroom door and the master bathroom light switch, did you make any findings as far as Andreen McDonald?
Yes.
What were those findings?
Andreen McDonald was excluded as a source of the DNA identified on those items.
Now, Ms. Palmacall, did you further do testing in regards to some clothing or cuttings from clothing submitted under your submission number 6 under items 48-3 and 48-5?
Yes.
Now I'm going to call your attention to States Exhibit 311. On States Exhibit 311, does it have the unique CIL number on this packaging?
Yes, it does.
Does it also have other marks from the crime lab in terms of any testing?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to grab some. On your report dated April 18th of 2019, did you test 4 separate cuttings from a sweater under 48-3, specifically point 1, point 2, point 3, and point 4?
Yes, I did.
And Ms. Palmcott, when you receive these items, it's simply just a cutting from the sweater itself, correct?
That's correct.
You don't receive the entire sweater.
I don't.
Now, after performing a DNA analysis, did you make any findings in regards to the sweater comparison to a known standard by an Andreen McDonald?
Yes.
And what were your findings?
Andreen McDonald is not excluded as the major contributor of human DNA identified on cutting number 1 from sweater, left sleeve, item 48-3.1, cutting number 3 from sweater, lower left front, item 48-3.3, and cutting number 4 from sweater, right sleeve, 48-3.4.
Ms. Palmcott, you said the term the major contributor. What does that mean?
So this usually indicates that we have a mixture of donors, more than one person donating their DNA to an item, and the person who is donating the most DNA is considered the major contributor.
So you found additional DNA on the cuttings from those sweaters in regards to your 48-3.1, point 3, and point 4. Were you able to develop a genetic profile as to who the other contributor or contributors could be?
No, there was an insufficient quantity for comparisons.
So not enough genetic material to develop a profile to identify who that may be?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you also conduct a test on 48-5.1, part of State's Exhibit 311, a pair of jeans? And I should say a cutting from the jeans.
Yes.
Now, again, Ms. Palmcott, you were not receiving the entire pair of jeans. You were just receiving a cutting of the jeans.
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Palmcott, did you do a comparison between Andreen McDonald and the cutting that you had on the jeans under 48-5.1 State's Exhibit, part of State's Exhibit 311?
Yes, I did.
What were your findings?
He was not excluded, Andreen McDonald was not excluded as the major contributor to that item.
Now, you said, again, major contributor, so there were another source of DNA material on those jeans as well?
Yes, there was.
Now, in regards to the genes, were you able to develop a genetic profile or do a match from a genetic profile as to the minor contributor to those genes?
Yes, I was.
And what were you able to determine?
Andreen McDonald was not excluded as the minor contributor of human DNA identified on that item.
Now, Ms. Palmcott, when some have been developed a random match or random match probability or an RMP as to those findings.
Yes, we do.
Can you explain to the jury what is that?
So a random match probability is based on the frequencies of the genetic data that we see, and we can calculate about how many times we would expect to see a profile within a population.
And in regards to Andreen McDonald not being excluded as the source of the human DNA identified on your 1-1.1, the hammer, the swab tips from 5-1.1 for master bathroom door middle, the swab tips under your 6-1.1 from bottom of the master bathroom door, and your item 7-1.1 from a light switch on the master bathroom. Did you conduct that RMP or random match probability equation?
Yes, I did.
And what type of number was generated?
So if I had a population of 95 octillion 970 septillion people, I would expect to see this profile one time.
Now, Ms. Pomacall, in relation to your findings on Andreen McDonald, in regards to the 3 different cuttings on the sweater, which was not excluded, and also on the cutting from the jeans, in which it was not excluded, did you also develop an RMP as to that?
Yes, I did.
And what number did you come up with?
I would expect to see the profile one time in 166 nonillion 800 octillion people.
Now, Ms. Pomacall, you also stated previously that Andreen McDonald was not excluded as a minor contributor of human DNA from cutting from those genes, your 48-5.1. Did you also develop a modified random match probability as to those?
Yes, I did.
And what is a modified random match probability?
So we use a modified random match probability when we have less data to work with. So we basically account for the possibility of there being less alleles or less genetic data than we would have in a full profile.
So in essence, these numbers would likely be much smaller.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you able to develop an MRMP in this regard to Andreen McDonald being the minor contributor to the human DNA found on those genes?
Yes.
And what was that number?
It is 1 in 64,475,000.
Now, Ms. Pomacall, I now want to direct your attention to a forensic DNA report that you crafted on August 13th of 2019. Now, previously you had told the jury that you had developed a DNA profile for Andreen McDonald based on the 2 buccal swaps from her parents, as well as an item, a toothbrush.
Yes.
Now, did you receive a section of a skeleton to develop a known profile for Andreen McDonald?
Yes, I did.
Where did you receive that section from?
We receive skeletal remains from the medical examiner's office.
And specifically, what did you receive? What part of the body?
A section of femur.
Now, once you received that section of femur, did you then develop a DNA profile, a known profile for Andreen McDonald?
Yes.
After developing that known profile, then did you then compare it to the previous work that you had done, i.e. the hammer, the 3 swabs from the interior of the house, as well as the cuttings from the sweater and the cutting from the jeans?
Yes.
What were your findings?
Would you like me to read all of the items?
Did you identify the same findings that you previously told the jury from your April 18th report?
Yes, I did. That Andreen McDonald was not excluded as a contributor of the DNA on those items.
And of course, Ms. Pomacall, when you're doing this August 13th, 2019, you're just comparing those items that Andreen's previous profile that you had used. You're not having to do anything else in regards to Andreen McDonald because you already had a known standard.
That's correct.
And Ms. Pomacall, you had previously done a reverse parentage when developing that initial profile for Andreen McDonald. Did you compare the buccal swabs from Paul Anderson and Hyacinth Smith to that known standard, that section of femur, to check your work?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings?
The donor of the DNA identified on the femur was not excluded as being a child of Hyacinth Smith and Paul Anderson.
We'll pass with us.
Your defense.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to call your attention to the August 13th report that you generated.
Okay.
Which is based off of the femur section, correct?
Yes.
You did an
analysis of a mattress protector in the course of that? I believe it was item 17-1.1, or quote, E21B, quote, on page 3 of your report.
Yes.
And that was a serology-based reason for testing. There was presumptive blood on that mattress protector, correct?
I'm not aware of what the results were for serology, only DNA.
You just knew that you were asked to test that cutting from the mattress protector.
Yes, that's correct.
And Andreen McDonald was excluded as a contributor to that sample, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do any degradation analysis on any of your findings in this case?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Were you asked to review any of your results and determine whether the length of the PCR electropherogram indicated degradation of the sample or age of the sample?
So, evaluation of a profile typically includes whether it was degraded, how much DNA is there. So that comes along with the analysis. And we actually, when we quantitate the amount of DNA we have in a sample, the system that we use will give us a degradation index, which will basically tell us how degraded the sample may be.
Is the degradation index noted in this report?
It's not in the report, no.
Okay. For any of the samples you tested?
That's correct.
Okay. And this would be important because the degradation index for the sample might give you a sense of whether it's an old sample or a new sample.
It depends on the conditions. I could take a new sample and place it outside in the sun and the rain, and that would degrade a sample, but it was still a new sample. So it depends on the conditions.
Understood, but it would be just one more factor to consider.
Sure.
This is probably a very silly question, but I think it's maybe worth asking. The identification of DNA from a particular sample doesn't tell you whether the source of that sample was alive or dead when that material was deposited, right?
That's correct.
It can only tell you that it came from the biological material of that person.
That's correct.
That's those.
No further questions.
That was the last witness for the day, State. Last witness to get lined up for the day.
It is the last witness of the day, yes, Judge.
And it's my understanding, you have Monday 3 witnesses left for your arrest.
That is our intention, yes, Judge.
And then we'll turn to the defense's case in chief. All right, we'll see you 9 o'clock on Monday. We're already getting towards defense case in chief, so do not again look on the weekend. I know it's been hard. You're away from your loved ones and work and family and stuff being here. Do not let the media, social media, TV, newspapers, anything like that. Again, we don't want to waste all of your time and all the attorneys and parties involved in this case's time having this trial. So we see you Monday after the weekend.
All right, from jury, this way, please.